Nu är vi live. Nu är vi live. Okej, och då har vi bildbyte mellan video och Phils presentation. Och så ska vi bara se att som den här strömmande som grejen faktiskt ger ifrån sig ljud.
Men kan vi kasta det? Skicka läcker.
Ja, sen ska vi se. Du kommer ut på den här kabeln, eller var den gröna kabeln?
Jag skickar den länken i mejlet där, Fredrik.
Okej.
Som skulle vara Twitter-ansvariga.
Men skickar du på...
Här, vilken länk skickar du? Skickar du till Hangouten? Till ansvariga.
Hoppas de tog den.
Ja,
det är båten.
Finland bombade. Jag bara såg att han fick länk.
Vad sa du?
Ja, helvete. Det är inte kriget så. På G igen. Det verkar som det var en grön kabel. Testa den här sen.
Det
var den gröna
så att de
kabeln.
trampar på den så...
Okej, då prövar vi den. Så gör vi så här. Så. Och så ska vi se. De borde känna av att jag kör med nästan så. Där. Ja, visst. Vi pratar på här. Ja, jag kan stänga ner den här, eller? Ja. Du ska inte tappa den. Och jag gör screen share. You're sharing your screen. Ja, bra. Där. Där. Hoppas det. Vi får se vad det går ut på YouTube också. Ska vi bara kolla.
Alltså,
Och jag hoppas att det funkar här nu. Vi vet inte. Okej, så när vi ljud kan Johan hoppa mellan mig och presentationen.
Sina poäng är ju att systemet funkar så att ljud och bild följer med den som talar.
Den som är presentatör.
Precis.
Så då är frågan om vi inte tar det från videon där, utan vi visar det som visas på skärmen. Ja, då kan vi göra så här. Nej,
det är mer ljud.
Vi har ju dimmer och övrig flygning. Och den är verkligen på extra lägst. Säg om jag vill upp eller ner.
Vi kan få det.
Det kommer till det.
Hallå ja. Tjena. Nu pratar jag. Jag pratar någonting. Jag pratar jag hör någonting nu. Jag pratar. Ja, men först har någonting att heta.
Nej, några sekunder.
Ja. Det hörs när jag pratar också. Bra.
Det är massa rundgång.
Är det massa rundgång? Men då är vi alltså säkra nu.
Ja, jag tror det var lite rundgång.
Det funkar inte.
Jag har upptagning från högtalare, telefon 2, conference cam, CC300E speakerphone. Men jag har även en mikrofon conference. Är det den ska mäta?
Junan, CC3000.
Är det den ska mäta? Mikrofonen. Så telefonen är högt.
Hallå.
Jag kan ju förbereda utifall.
Jag skulle kunna switcha mellan olika. För att jag kan switcha automatiskt. Nej, det switchar inte automatiskt. Jag kan inte byta från kameran till presentationen. Det måste jag göra.
Man tar antingen eller.
Ja.
Om du sätter kameran så vrider jag in på den.
Ja.
Och när du väljer om du vill visa presentationen eller om du vill visa kameran.
Men då måste jag stå här. Det är det jag nog inte tänkt att jag ska göra. Men däremot så kan jag fundera på hur får vi ut med ljudet? Ja, det är det.
Ja, så.
Vi fick lite rundgång.
Ja.
Och den har två mikrofoner. Så. Men nu har jag stängt av den igen. Så tar jag bara upp den. För den här har det någon... Skulle den gjort ändå tidigare. Men det blev rundgång.
Okej.
Ska ni ha ut ljud i högtalarna hos oss?
Jag tror inte det behövs. Det hörs ganska bra. Det är bara att fundera på egentligen om vi inte behöver hoppa. Den här kan köra med sin dator sen så filmar vi honom och hans slides. Då vill det supersimpelt. Ja. Faktiskt. Då kör vi den där datorn. Till den här. Som sägs hörs den. Ja. Jag tror det Sami. Att vi kör vi låter Phil köra med sin egen själv. Köra själv här. Och sen så från vinden. Filmar dem presentationen och honom. Istället för att hoppa mellan operatörer.
Kolla på bilden här. Ja. Så den blir lite så.
Thank you.
Om det går så är det. Det går lite att dela på skärmen. Eller är det för att vi plockar upp från både din sändning och min sändning samtidigt? Så vi inte plockar upp en. Eller så vi plockar upp båda de här två samtidigt. Och det är därför vi får den då.
Så ta Mackans där då. Det kan det vara.
Om jag stänger av. Jag har ingen
Plocka av allting.
ska vi se vad ska jag någonstans då.
Joel.
Den där är ju.
Inställning. Ljud.
Lät inte där Fredrik pratade. Var det mer än en intervju jag spelade på?
Och så bara sänk volymen helt om vi inte ska använda den.
Ja, för nu tar det faktiskt in, eller hur? Kolla, då blockade vi in.
Ja.
Ta just det. Gör så att du drar ner den.
Ja.
Så.
Ska vi kolla?
Då har jag inget input från mig själv. Utan det är bara input från den. Det viktigaste är att vi får ett hyfsat ljud här nu. Ja, hyfsat. Jag vill ju att det ska vara hyfsat, att det inte blir rundgång och hej och hå.
Okej, men det är så att du kan kontrollera att den är någonstans.
Ja, nu hänger vi på Alexanders hangout.
Ja. Ja, men då så. Då går jag härifrån igen.
Det blir någon konstig rundgång på ljudet i videon.
För att du får nära min där.
Nej, den är inte live.
Om du stänger av ljudet på den en stund.
Ja, för den där är ju YouTube.
Ja, den är fördröjd med cirka
Precis.
en minut.
Men ska vi se. Om jag pratar...
Nej, det är riktigt. Men vems ljud är det som tas in då?
Men om jag hoppar ur den här.
Nej, du ska inte hoppa ut.
Nej, men jag slutar du.
Nej, gör inte det.
Okej.
Utan...
Men mikrofonen är avstängd. Jag har dragit
är
in...
den avstängd? Jag tycker inte ens det står avstängd.
Nu.
Nu är den avstängd.
Så. Och sen i System Preferences. Det var Sound. Minimum.
Det är den där grejen du ska på den där som du slår av.
Okej, då ska den vara avslagen. Okej, grabbar, kan ni lyssna nu bara hur det låter nu? För nu stängde jag av i min Google Plus. Även den. Så om jag säger något trevligt här. God jul och gott nytt år. Ha en trevlig semester. Jag vill att det ska höras bra.
Ja.
Bla bla bla. Jag vill att det ska höras bra. Efter någonting. Hör ni vad jag säger när jag pratar? Är det bättre ljud? Är det bättre ljud? Ja, men då kör vi. Då är vi igång. Då kan jag gå ut och äta faktiskt. Jag ska inte ropa hej förrän... It's not over until the fat lady. Men då låter...
Det är politiskt korrekt att säga så länge.
Nej. The thin lady.
Lady, tror jag man säger.
Det är any size lady.
Lady, det var hemskt. Var det hundan och jag lagt ifrån min...
Fat lady, det är den där sirenen.
Vill du jämföra med det?
Där är den. Tack.
Så, men då låter det bara så här.
Så kan du stå på baseballmatchen eller något där.
Så får du tweeta min lyftsträng då.
Ska jag se? Det är så bra. Det är annars så. Okej, så kom. Det var... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, som att allt är så bra det kan vara, eller?
Ja.
Gött. De sitter med hjälppaket.
Kan ju vara halstabletter kanske också.
Det är alltid det värsta i saken. Jag har kabel för dig sen också då, om du vill ta med den.
Ja, just det, ja. Ja.
Jättebra.
Vad var det för kabel? Det var någon special.
Den funkar inte riktigt. Det kan vara jag som gjorde en felbeställning. Det var så att vi hastigt som fan behövde en lång, vanlig analog ljudkabel. Då skulle de köra här inne och så ha köra en mick här på högtalarna där ute på ett enkelt sätt. Vi har ett litet system där det är bara en förlängning. Men då var det nog, jag kan inte säkert löst rätt, men för våran del så var det fel. Men det var ändå många. Det kan jag inte göra. Då kan jag aldrig ringa igen. Det är ju det som är så jävla sjukt. Nej, jag var det i... Då hade vi killar här som var det är bra service. Då ska man absolut klara den här killen på 25 år. Tycker kan bara men det är alltid det är inte bra.
Ja, det var samma. Jag tog ut det här i rikt. Tänkte på. Ja, men den markeringen. Ja. Ja. Det var ju sist. Ja. Yes. Nej. Sen var jag ja. Ja, men det är också det är någonting. Ansvaret. Ja. Okej. Ja, de kom ju så sista stunden. Ja. Oj. Det är ju riktigt. De står. Ja. Yes.
Fredrik.
Yeah, remote control for datorn.
There were none. I didn't have any. The one who we used it before, he took it with him.
Okay.
I'm very sorry. But I should be your remote control, if you will. So just give me a sign and I'll just stand here and be polite.
30 sekunder, bara administrations...
Yes.
Ja. Går vi ut och tar lite fik? Vi har bensträckare här också, även om vi ska försöka köra i kapp lite tid.
Vi ska försöka köra i kapp lite tid. Jag kommer säga nu, Niklas kommer komma direkt efter Phil här.
Okay.
Och sen så kommer Peter.
Okej.
Okej allihopa, då sätter vi igång. Har du någon mer kvar där ute, Ture? Nej, det är nästan. Okej, så börjar vi. 1 minute to go. Följande, vi har några praktiska saker. Den ena är då att vi har fått en liten lista på folk som vill följa med och socialisera sig.
Sen har Alex som behöver också veta vad vi gärna vill. Det finns en fyllemeny där också. Alla som står längst bak.
Så när ni nästa som break ser ni Alex, så börjar vi framförallt äta valross. Så tar ni den. Det är jättegott.
Bara den är länkad så är det
en länkad valross tar jag gärna. Linked valross. På menyn. 2. Jag är jätteglad att kunna välkomna till här som kommer att vara huvudpratare. Och nu hoppas vi behåller tummarna att allting kommer att funka rent tekniskt så att även våra online-lyssnare kan följa den här informationen. Givet att det drog över lite på tiden nu i förmiddags så kommer jag be Niklas att hoppa in efter Phil. Och sen kommer min kollega Peter ta vidare efter. Vi kommer att ha lite mindre bensträckare för att knöra ihop programmet. Ni får jättegärna ställa frågor och sånt där. Men du vill är alla inne? Okay. So I'm very pleased to announce that we have Phil Archer here with us, who is the chief architect at V3C. No, he's not. He's British anyway. So start with that.
That's true.
That's true. But you work with V3C.
Yes, I work for W3C. I'm just not chief architect. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. And he will introduce us some of the thoughts about where we're heading forward with the standardization that's key to our success, because without open standards that we can rely on and that we can trust, we can build all those fancy and fast-moving things where we work with the data. As Staffan explained this morning, that one of the things we have just all these discussions about what the data has actually for the meaning. So we're looking forward to having not meaningless internet, but the internet with meaning and concepts that actually work. So without further ado, I will leave the stage now for Phil, and I will try to help you with the slides.
All right.
So I'm a manual slide.
Yes, I'll point.
Yeah.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much indeed for coming. Thank you to Frederick and to Kirsten for inviting me. Yes, I work for W3C, the Worldwide Web Consortium. I imagine in this audience, most of you have heard of W3C. If you haven't, it's the standards body for the web. My boss's boss's boss is the man who invented the web 26 years ago last month. And my title actually is Data Activity Lead, which sounds as if I organize the children's parties, according to my wife. But actually it means that I coordinate standardization work around anything to do with data, with the exception of XML, because my colleague Liam Quinn handles XML. But in terms of working out what standards we need to do next, getting the working group set up and so on, that largely falls to me to organize that. So among the set of standards that I'm responsible for making sure that they're okay and seeing what we need to do next is the semantic web stack, the linked data stack. So it's quite a privilege to be taking that on. So let me start with a few things. So it's now, it does look good. If you were hoping to get, you can follow that along with the slides by all means, but if you're hoping to get some meaning out of the pictures, you won't, I'm afraid. You actually need to, for most of the cases, listen to what I'm saying. I'm sorry, and I apologize for having to speak to you in English. So last year, I had only just taken on this role. I took over from Ivan Herman, who was my predecessor, and organizing the working groups around semantic web. And it happened to be, last year was the 25th anniversary of the web. It was 20 years of W3C. It was lots of conference seasons got to 10 years old last year. And I did a couple of talks last year talking about 10 years of success. And I think our technology, the linked data technology, does have a lot of success that we can be proud of. Hannes earlier on was talking about DCAT, the data catalog vocabulary. Been around for some years, became a W3C standard last year. And it's actually very, very simple. And most of what is in the data catalog vocabulary is simply Dublin Core, which is one of the original metadata standards. One of the early uses of RDF was the Dublin Core standard. That's a very simple thing, but it has enormous power. And as you heard Hannah say, if you are a public authority and you publish your data anywhere on the web, and you describe it using that simple vocabulary, most of which is Dublin Core, you will be picked up by the national portal, and so people can find your data no matter where you publish it because you've described it in the same way. The same thing happens in Spain. Unlike Sweden, Spain isn't really a country, it's a group of regions that have been forced together by history who largely hate each other, but they do agree on DCAT as the standard for how they should describe their data sets, and that works really well in datos.gov.es. You also mentioned the DCAT application profile. I'll talk quite a lot about that, not that specific thing, but the whole thing about application profiles. But DCAT is a very simple thing. And the cultural heritage section is a big user of linked data. And technically, it's actually pretty simple. You have an object and you have some data about it and you link that off with another thing. And the depth of the technology, the complexity of the technology in cultural heritage, in simple data set descriptions, in the usage by the media, in the usage by governments and so on, is actually pretty simple as far as the technology goes.
At the other end of the extreme, the very complicated, full-blown semantics, the reasoning and everything else, you very quickly start talking about healthcare and life sciences, huge ontologies. A lot of the work that Craig Venter's done on sequencing the genome uses OWL ontologies. There's a lot of OWL work going on there. So across from the simple to the complex, these technologies have found a lot of use, and they are being used by more and more people. They're being used, all the Edward Snowden stuff about the intelligence services, that's done using linked data. Finance industry uses linked data. There's a lot of it about. And it's encouraging to come to an event like this, with a chunk of the linked data community from your country being here today. But for all that success, for all the cakes and champagne and candles and everything else, it would be silly of us to propose or to believe that the world outside cared, or the world outside was suddenly starting to write Sparkle queries and understood graph patterns. That's not the way most people think. How many of you have been involved, have any connection with European Union funded projects? You'll understand the next slide. Welcome to the Big Data Europe project, which has funded my travel here today. Big Data Europe is quite a substantial CSA, community support action. Open Facts, someone from Open Facts is speaking later, is a member of this community, of this project. And it's trying to provide for the community, to them all, a technology stack that you can use, and you can select from a menu of tools and services that you want, and you can click a button and instantiate a whole set of tools, either on a cloud server or download it and install it on your own. And it's been put forward by the European Commission so that other projects can easily access the technology they need to be able to fulfill their own big data needs, whatever project that is. And it's tied to the 7 societal challenges. The European Commission has a set of societal challenges that they're trying to address. And in each one, this project is trying to provide the infrastructure that allows those societal challenges to be met. And we have representatives of each of those challenges within the project. And this is the basic architecture that the Big Data Europe project is working on. For some reason, this is called a lambda diagram. And on the top row is the enormous volumes of data where you ask a question and it's okay if you come back a week later and get the answer, because that's how long it takes to compute the answer to your question. On the bottom layer, we have the instant reaction, which may not be accurate, but you'll get an answer quickly. And there's a bunch of technologies within there, a bunch of tool sets. So if I had a Windows machine, this would be in focus. I'm sorry, I really hate Macs. I really, really hate Macs. Deeply unpopular, but I do. Project Voldemort is this enormous thing. It builds an enormous index of all the stuff in there, and you can ask it a question and come back a week later. Cassandra is much more distributed and does things quickly. And at the end there's this web interface where you're going to be able to ask a question, and the query will be sent off to the appropriate place and you'll get the answer back. So this is kind of the basic stack that the Big Data Europe project, led by Zeren Auer, is putting together. You may notice something missing from the Big Data Europe stack. There's a big gap and an entire technology that is entirely absent from this. Where the heck is the linked data?
There's semantics?
No semantics in there at all. This is led by Zeren Auer, Mr. Linked Open Data 2, and there ain't a linked data site, a linked data thing anywhere. I wasn't there. There was at a project meeting last week, and we've done so. We're working with some of the societal challenges, and it turns out that some early results from 3 of the 7 that we're talking to. Very early results. This is not definite, but basically speaking, you know, the 3 V's of big data: velocity, variety, and volume. Those are the problems. So here's the velocity, here's the volume. This stack doesn't address the problem that actually the 3 we've spoken to already have got, which is the variety. The biggest problem that people face when they're trying to use data is not so much the volume or the velocity, it is the variety. So guess what? they're going to put some linked data in here and semantify the big data Europe stack. Put semantics into the big data stack so that it becomes easy to do these things. So it wasn't an oversight. It's just that when you start talking about, if you're trying to get money for the big data projects, because that's what the European Commission is throwing gazillion euros at, so you think, oh, we'll do some big data stuff, and you get the big data stuff off the shelf, and then you suddenly realize the big problem is you don't actually understand any of it, and you need to add some semantics, you need to add some meaning, you need to bring these different sources of data together, different identifiers, different concepts, and so on. So there will be some linked data stuff in here, some semantics. We're not quite sure where yet, but nevertheless, semantics will be included in the big data stack because it's pretty fundamental to what we're trying to do. The way these things work, though, is they often pre-compute the questions. They do a lot of pre-processing, so when you ask the question, it doesn't take too long to get the answer back. We have a whole working group on that issue. This is the visualization of the RDF data shapes working. Data shapes are really important. They have a number of different use cases. And why we call it, and I need to give you a bit of background on why it's called data shapes and so on. So, if you're an XML person, and somebody from the linked data world comes along and says, we've got this really good technology that allows you to link lots of things together, use the power of the web, use the links, understand the way the world is talking, and create this enormous graph of knowledge, which gives you fantastic power, lets you do lots of stuff. And they say, great. How do I validate the data? You say, oh, you can't. Sorry, open world assumption. You can't do that. If you're not familiar with the open world assumption, it means that anyone can say anything about anything. It means no matter what you say, I can say something else. There is no way for you to shut me out of the conversation. There's no way for you to prove that your statement is any better than mine. You should use that. These are the properties you should use and no other. There's no way to say, you must have these things true, otherwise I can't process you. The RDF data shapes working group is trying to fix that. We would call it RDF schema, but we've already used that for something else, so we can't. So we call it data shapes. The data shapes working group had something of a rocky start, and it is still mired in a certain amount of politics, because there's one vendor who have a very good solution that they have used many times, that works very well, that solves all their business needs, and it's very good. The solution is called Spin, the vendor is called Top Quadrant, and there's nothing wrong with anything they do, and there's nothing wrong with Spin, except it doesn't actually meet the requirements of the working group. So other people come along and say, oh, I want to do it this way, and I want to do it this way, and I want to do it this way. And there's an enormous battle going on. It's been going on for a while now. And they're trying to work out how to do this. The life sciences industry is actually a big driver behind that. Dublin Core Metadata Initiative are also being quite a big part of it. And at the end of these slides, there are some links there that you can follow. And that's a good example of how a working group operates. We do not tell you how to do things. We as a standards body, we don't say, here's the thing that you must follow, and if you don't do that, then you're doing it wrong. Standards are written by people, they're written by the community. And to be in that community means being a member of W3C, it means joining in and so on. And that working group does decide, a group of people who come from the community. I don't write standards. I work for the standards body and I occasionally help out and my name appears on some things, but I don't sit down and write the standard and then say, what do you think? The working group comes together and discusses their use cases. The RDF Data Shapes working group has its use case document out now. And the group then has to take information from the community, the wider community, to make sure that they have covered all the aspects that they need to cover. So, as well as having a use case document out, and all our documents are public. When I say in public, the things that are, quote, not in public are on GitHub and publicly visible. So I don't know quite how we've done it, but the standards are drafted on GitHub and published formally on our site. So we have a use case document from this group out now. There's also a questionnaire that anyone can answer, which is asking about use cases and specific features. And there's some politics behind that, because it's some people saying we want this and other people saying we want this, and they're trying to get some sort of consensus, because a standard is the consensus of the group of people who made it. It's not a diktat. It's not a dictator's statement. So it's very important that we have that community buy-in. And the RDF Shapes working group is an example where the community aspect in managing that is proving particularly difficult. Nevertheless, we're working on it. Eric Prudhomme, my colleague, is the staff contact for that. He also runs the Healthcare and Life Sciences interest group. So that work is going on. I mentioned RDF data shapes as being important, and I think it came up this morning with the DCAT AP, the DCAT application profile. So at the moment, the European Commission has a PDF document on one of their platforms that says this is how you should use DCAT. It's currently being revised into another PDF document, which you can read and you can act on. RDF data shapes, it's a file about that big, and you can process it, and the machine can tell whether you've actually done the job or not. So we want to have machine processable validation steps that anyone can follow. And one of the arguments is about whether you always need to use SPARQL to do that, or can you do it some other way. But it also has a feature in terms of the big data stack and the processing high volumes, because if you know the structure of the data before you start, you can easily then, one of the problems with SPARQL as the query of the graph is the SPARQL engine has to be able to handle really, really complicated queries that might go off into all sorts of directions. If you know the shape of the graph, and you know that it has a boundary, your SPARQL query engine can be improved in terms of its optimization. You can optimize your SPARQL engine to handle questions across large data sets if you know that structure. That's one of the ways you can do that. So it is about validating data as it comes in. It's also about improving the performance of SPARQL engine so that you can actually get better stuff out of it. So that's one of the other reasons for mentioning that. Okay, I think I'm on to the next one. Yep. Questions are very predictable. Neil Armstrong, Mike Collins, Buzz Aldrin. Neil Armstrong sadly died last year, but the other two, and Neil Armstrong, while he was alive, spent most of their life from July the 20th, 1969 onwards answering one question over and over and over again. What was it like? They get asked that all the time. What was it like? And they had 100 different ways of answering that question. Questions are predictable. And that's a way to run the sort of optimization thing and a way to access some of this complicated data. Some of you are working on very complicated data, particularly in life sciences where you've got genes and proteins and enzymes and all sorts of other stuff going on. And you're trying to make this graph a very, very complicated graph, but you probably ask the same questions all the time. What's that? What does that identify? It's a list, it's a school in Skåne, yeah? Right, it's a school in Skåne. The next one, what's that? That's a list of schools in Skåne, okay? You know what the questions are gonna be. You don't have to have a complicated SPARQL engine with a front end that anyone can attack. You know what the questions are gonna be. You can simplify your API down to, give me something simple like a list of the schools in Skåne. Sorry, aren't you impressed that Englishman can say Skåne? I read all the Bolander books last week. So, questions can be predicted. And my suggestion is that one of the problems that this community needs to understand the way the people outside work. How's your Greek mythology? It's Jason and the Argonauts. So JSON is what people want. Web developers want JSON. They don't want your SPARQL, they don't want your XML, and they don't want graphs. They want properties and values, they want JSON objects. Now, you can run a SPARQL query and get a JSON object back. Yes, you can do that. But why do you have to run the SPARQL query in the first place? You know what they're going to ask. You know they're going to want to know the name and address of the school, or the list of schools, or whatever it may be. So we need to try and give them that in a way that they can process easily. Probably, as Hannes was emphasizing, when people use his toolkit, they don't know they're using linked data, and they couldn't care less. They don't have to know that. People who sell semantic web technology, people who sell linked data technology, never mention linked data to their clients. And they never use the word URI, the acronym URI. You present it as something that is here's a tool that does something really good that you want. And what a web developer wants, the mass adoption that we don't have mass adoption of this technology. To get that, to get people asking for more data, to get people asking for richer data, you have to give them what they actually want, which is JSON, and give it to them after them asking what is probably a fairly predictable question. Here's the most common data format of all. Guess the data format. You've got rows, trees, and this is a CSV file. I thought it was people like CSV. People in government, they don't want to worry about linked data. They want to see an Excel spreadsheet because that's what they understand. Your commercial companies, they just want to use Excel. It's a great analytical tool that does some fantastic stuff. Of course it does. It's a very powerful, very well-engineered tool that does what Microsoft's customers want it to do. If you want to process that data some other how, then okay. But that's up to you. The person who produced it couldn't care less. They like their table. And the CSV on the Web Working Group, one of our other working groups, has been trying to address this. It's co-chaired by Jenny Tennyson of the Open Data Institute and Dan Brickley of Schema.org/Google. And what the CSV group is about is trying to make that connection between your average web developer, who is not stupid and is very innovative and has some great ideas, who understands JSON very well, and can take a CSV and in one line of code they've got a JSON object and it's nicely done. Trying to make a link between that world and this open data linking up and making connections world. So it does a couple of things, the CSV on the web standards, which are available now for you to, I mean, they're always available to look at, but we're particularly asking for comments right now. Because we think the standards are feature complete. That means the working group basically thinks it's finished. The working group thinks it has defined the standards it wants to define. It's now looking for implementations and anything, did we get anything wrong? That's it, that stage. It's not as rich a feature set as I'd like. I was hoping it was basically going to be something like OpenRefine on the web, but it's not. If you've used OpenRefine, it's a tool, if you don't know about it, it's a tool that was originally developed by some guys at MIT who moved to Google. It was called Google Refine for a while, now it's called OpenRefine. It's a tool that allows you to operate on a table, on a CSV table, and to clean up strings, to reconcile data with other things. So if you write Sverige, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, I'm sorry. If you write Sweden in Swedish and English, then it will reconcile that and all come out in one language rather than two, that kind of thing. It's a very powerful tool for handling very large data sets if need be, and can process them. And you can also get a little plugin that spits out linked data if you want that. And there's some formatting and templates and all sorts of stuff within that tool. I was hoping that's what the CSV on the Web Working Group would define as a set of standards. They were chartered to see what they could do. They were chartered, that is, that they were asked to have a look at what you can do with CSV. They defined, first of all, a metadata standard for CSV. So what are the column headings, what are the row headings, or what are the data types? Where's the metadata? To a certain extent, you can annotate as well. RFC 7111 tells you how to link directly to a cell within a table, also co-written by Jenny. So there are a lot of features there. But the problem was that working group, although it's working on the world's most popular data format, on the world's most popular information sharing platform, there are about 5 of them. 5 people, maybe 6. And a working group can only do what the people in the room or on the phone can achieve. One of the things they're asked to do is, yes, define the metadata, how you describe a CSV file. That was one thing they had to do. And then to define transformations from, if you've got the metadata and you've got the CSV file, put the two together, and you should then be able to transform it into anything else you want. So they were going to do it for JSON, no problem. Who's going to write the transformation for CSV to XML? Anyone? No one. There isn't one, right? Because nobody cares enough to do it. Now, to think about standardization, if you don't turn up, the standard doesn't get written and things don't get implemented. So we have a set of documents that I'll link to from the end of this thing, where you can see what that group has done, but it is very, very powerful what they've done. You can take a CSV file, you can make sense of it, and I think crucially, something I pushed for was to make sure that if you publish a CSV file and you don't bother to publish the metadata, as if that ever happens, I can spend the next 3 weeks working out what the heck your data means, and I can publish my metadata with your CSV file, and the two, of course, are linked. So even if you can't be bothered to do your metadata, someone else can. And that then means that the metadata definition can be in the hands of the person who cares about it most, which I thought was a fairly key feature. So we are trying to make CSV files that most common. You can export it from Excel, everyday format. And of course, you can export it from other things as well, not to mention relational databases. And you can actually process that and turn it into, yes, JSON and yes, RDF, so you can do some stuff with it. So a powerful set of standards that are now, as far as the working group is concerned, finished, unless you tell them otherwise. And that's the kind of thing we have to do. We have to think, I think, if we're going to make these successful, powerful, useful technologies, if we're going to see mass adoption of them, we kind of have to hide it a little bit. And we have to think in terms of the web developers themselves use. There are lots and lots of libraries that web developers like to use. If you're making a map or some of the map-based thing, you probably use a thing called Leaflet. Leaflet.js allows you to create OpenStreetMap maps and annotate them and do all sorts of clever stuff. So Leaflet's just an example of one of many, many where you can see a library and do something with it. And it's that kind of thinking we have to, I think, start from if we're to see more demand for linked data services based on linked data. So it sounds obvious that we therefore need to have lots of building blocks. We need the blocks to be available so that a JSON front-end web developer can pick up the data, use it as they want to, style it like they want to, think of it just as another bit of their web app, rather than having to, if you ask a regular web developer to write a Sparkle query, they ain't going to do it. You've lost them at that point. There are some exceptions, but in general, go to a hackathon and start talking about Sparkle and see how long it is before they start laughing or walking out. It just doesn't happen that way. So building blocks need to be things that developers can pick up and use, and that may mean putting blocks in between the linked data stuff that you've got, the complex data you've got, and the wonderful work you've done to make connections, and the outside world, probably based on some simple, predictable questions, maybe. Another aspect would be vocabularies. Jan was talking about the vocabulary definition at Wikidata, the way that the community defines a property, and I was asking a bit more about how that's done. It's actually done in more or less the same way that schema.org is also done, which is you ask the community, and the community itself then proposes new properties, new classes, and there's some discussion around it, and if there is consensus for a new property or a new class, that gets added in. Now, in the Wikidata case, that's all done on their wiki, of course, and you can find out the origin of each property. The schema.org, which is the vocabulary that is changing the way a lot of people think and work, it's a very similar process. Now, they started off when Guhar, sorry, I think of it as Guhar's project. Guhar is the man behind schema.org. Formerly, it's Yahoo, Google, and Bing and Yandex. And all of those companies are involved, certainly, but R.B. Guhar is the person who sort of coordinates the whole thing. Dan Rickley is the front man, but Guhar is the power behind the throne. And the way that works is that if you have a set of terms, like for libraries is a good example, or the good relations vocabulary, or recipes, whatever it may be, and you have a set of terms that you've got, you can then offer that to schema.org and they can pick it up and use it. Previously, that final step where the schema.org partners decided to either accept or not the terms that you've suggested, that has been done on their "you're not invited" phone calls on a Thursday night. That's changing and it's becoming a much more open thing. That's part of the reason why there's now a community group rather than just a mailing list in our system. So there is a schema.org community group that anyone can join. You don't have to be a W3C member to join that group and to be part of that develops new terms on schema.org. Something I think is one of Frederick's. Sorry, no, I think one of the things I think is you're interested in, if I'm wrong, is the uses of different terms and the connections that are made. And we heard this morning how Wikidata are creating their own set of vocabulary terms, their new properties and their new classes, which is fine. And then we heard schema.org are developing theirs, okay, and they're not using each other's. And Wikidata, I don't think, uses Dublin Core and Folk and everything else, because, is that right? You use your own. Everyone's developing their own. And one of the things that we have, here's a couple of weird ideas for you. One of the things that people don't like about RDF is that it assumes everyone's a good guy. And it assumes that if apple.com/vocabulary/name is defined as the way to give somebody's name, it assumes that google.com is going to use Apple's terms. No, they're not. Apple is not going to use Google's terms and vice versa. The BBC is not going to use CNN's terms. Hewlett-Packard is not going to use IBM's vocabulary because people want that not invented here thing. They want their own control system. They want to be able to say, this is the way we do things. It's bad enough trying to get translations of existing terms. So there is an idea that my colleague Sandro had, which try this out on you, because actually domain names are brand names as well. Yes, all right, in theory URIs are dumb strings, and yes, technically they are dumb strings, but they're also brand names. And that does restrict, it does mean that not everyone wants to use everybody else's terms, which is a bit of a fundamental flaw in a system where we say you should reuse other people's vocabularies. So one suggestion that Sandro has made is that we should actually add one more term to the RDF spec, which is something like, very similar to is defined by, but definition text, sort of definition text. And we add that to the main RDF spec. And if you in your vocabulary have a string in any language you like, and that is the definition of that term, if I come along and I set up my vocabulary and I copy and paste that into mine, doesn't matter what the URI is, they are equivalent terms. And you can map between the two. So it's the definition that you reuse rather than the URI, which is a potential way to try and spread the reuse thing, accepting that brand names matter. That's one possibility we may do. The other thing, of course, we're doing is we're getting rid of HTTP. You know that, don't you? We really are. Why don't you use HTTPS? Seriously, we're not getting rid of HTTP, we're just deprecating it, and so you should use HTTP. Anyway, excellent. So we have this wall. This is not Jerusalem. This is not Donetsk. Where else could it be? It's Belfast in Northern Ireland. Catholics one side, Protestants the other. They hate each other. This wall is still there, and part of what supposedly is part of my country. People on one side, the RDF linked data community, don't really talk to the other lot on the other side. And maybe we need to try and find a way around that. One of my well-known colleagues is a man called Robin Beaujean. Robin Beaujean is the main editor of the HTML5 specs, an extremely able JavaScript programmer, very clever young man. I feel so old doing this job. He's not that young, but compared with me, he's young. Anyway, I had a chat with Robin, and this is about 6 months ago. So I said, okay, so my question always is, what should we do next? He said, he said, could you guys in the data world come up with some kind of validation thing? Because every developer spends time validating the stuff on the client, and then they send the data to the server, and it gets validated all over again. People are writing validation scripts all the time. I said, yeah, we've got a working group doing that now. He said, no, it's not your RDF stuff. I just want to validate the data. And there was that sort of complete mismatch between something that we have a working group in the middle of defining. We've gone through the process of getting it set up. We've got the working, we've had the workshop, we've got the charter done, we've got membership. It's a long process to get a working group set up. We've done that. But I didn't talk to Robin. I forgot to talk about other people I forgot to talk to the guy on the other side of the wall. And we could have done it differently. And RDF data shapes could potentially have been different if I'd had that conversation 6 months ago. It's not going to be too late now, we're doing it. But there is that sort of problem about reaching across to different communities and trying to do something about it. So how can we address this? I'm coming to the end. What do we need to do next? We have different communities, a mature, stable set of standards, open standards that anyone can use, just like the rest of the web. You can use our stuff, it's free, go and do it, you don't have to pay us for anything. The big advantage of W3C process, like most standards bodies, is you're guaranteed when you implement this stuff, you're not going to get a bill for some copyright license or whatever. Imagine what would happen if we said we made a mistake. Oh, by the way, if you'd ever made a website or ever looked at a website, you owed us some money. That's not going to happen. All right, we guarantee that. But we have to somehow bridge this gap to get wider adoption, but I don't think we're going to get wider adoption of linked data. I don't think we need wider adoption of Sparkle endpoints, of thinking in graphs, but we do perhaps need to increase the demand for these services, and for you as a linked data community to produce some very powerful data services based on, yes, based on a URL, based on a simple API, where you are predicting what the question might be and offering people maybe a subset. It'd be a Sparkle endpoint on the side if people wanted to ask other questions. A lot of that, though, is possible now. We can break this all down and we get fragments. The whole thing called linked data fragments, coming out of Ghent, Peter Kolkert and friends. Linked data fragments, which is a developer-focused way of taking chunks of sets of triples from different places and then querying just the local ones. So you don't send a Sparkle query across the web. You get a local dump of some of the data and then you query that. So it's developer focused, trying to help you write smart applications. But I think there's other ways we can do it as well. If questions are predictable, can we publish the questions and the answers? There's a thing on one of the lists just the other day about the way that the LOD list. What's the best way to publish Sparkle queries? Well, you can publish it. You can publish a query as a file. It has its own MIME type. You can do that, but that's not really the issue. How can we make it so that you, as the person who holds the data, you understand your graph because you invented it. You did the data modeling. You know that your genes and your helper genes and your enzymes and your processes or whatever are linked in a certain way, or that your health department, your social care department is matched up to the treasury, all sorts of stuff that you can do. And you know that graph very well. So you're the best person to write the queries and to predict what some of those queries will be. How can we publish that and make it available so everyone can use it? I don't know, is the honest answer. I just know I want to see it done somehow. Now, there are some possibilities. It's possible now. There's nothing we need to standardize to make that possible now. You can publish your queries now. You can publish your APIs wherever you like. And so part of my problem as a standards body is I don't actually think it necessarily needs standards. It may not. Maybe I'm not needed. But what it does need is community buy-in. It does need that sort of moving together, establishing a common way of doing things. One idea, which you may or may not like, and I don't care if you like it or not, it's just an idea that you can either go with or throw away, is the one thing that has helped us more than anything else, the one thing that has opened doors to new communities more than anything else in the last couple of years, is the development of JSON LD. JSON with a context file that means that the simple properties in your JSON object map to URIs. I can define my context file over here, you can use your JSON object, and the two can talk to each other. And a lot of people who use JSON LD don't know and don't care and don't tell them they're using RDF. They don't want to know about that. They just think they're using JSON. Fine, it's got some funny line at the top that says context file. They don't understand, they don't need to. There is this way, there's this separate place, which is kind of where the linked data nerds hang out, And there's this file over here which has the JSON object in it, which is where the web developers hang out. Can we extend this? Can we make the context file more active? Can we put queries in a context file? Maybe Sparkle queries, maybe SQL queries, maybe some other query, I don't know. So a web developer simply has like a magic property, and they get back what they want, which is JSON, without having to know, without having to write, without having to think about what the queries are, because you can predict what it is they're going to be asking in most cases. So we're going to be thinking about some of this in the Big Data Europe project, but it's a problem that W3C has. We have this very tightly defined process for developing standards, and it's a very good process, and I stand by it. It's very good at what it's designed to do. It produces things like HTML5, which is a rock-solid standard you can depend on, you can implement for free, and it's great. But we're not very good at writing code and producing code libraries. That needs a community. In our case, that generally means actually we need to be part of funded projects. So just a general thing, yes, we're in Big Data Europe, we're in other projects as well. If you're planning something like that and you think it would be handy to have W3C in your project consortium, please let me know. As far as the European Union is concerned, we are a French SME. Legally, W3C doesn't exist. I work for a French research company, which is an SME. So we're a pretty good partner, always trying to get a French. Who else? You know, in France, it's hard to get someone in France, right? We're French, and we're an SME, and we produce global standards. So that can be quite useful. I'd like to do some work on this layer between the complex linked data world and the simple makes it sound as if I'm being derogatory. I don't mean that. I mean easy to use world of the web developer. That's what I'd like to do, and that's what I'm hoping Big Data Europe will do some of. We'll see. Part of that, actually, maybe I should mention that because I'm doing dissemination for Big Data Europe. The 7 societal challenges that I mentioned, they all have their own community group on our system. So there's one on security, one on health, one on food and agriculture, one on energy and climate, one on transport. I've forgotten the other 2, I'm sorry. But they exist, and if those societal challenges interest you, whether you're working on that or thinking about it, whatever, there are a bunch of community groups on our system you can join and take part in that discussion. So I'm trying to talk about the success. Yes, it is a success. This technology is successful. It is being used. You've heard some good examples today. You see people charging people real money for doing real work using linked data and semantic web technologies. It's important stuff. Schema.org is one example where that gap is being bridged. Back in August, which is a while ago now, there was Schema.org markup on 6% of all internet domain names and 21% of all web pages. Not bad for something introduced only a few years ago. That's a successful story, and you can process that markup and you get triples out of it. So there is a lot of success that we can be proud of, but it doesn't have mass take-up. And I think we need that mass take-up if we're going to go on further. We need to think about this branding of vocabularies and how that's a barrier to people sharing vocabularies. It's all well and good saying, nice to share your vocabulary, but actually people don't. They reinvent. Wikidata reinvents what Schema.org is doing and vice versa. So we need to get over that. So my question to you, my question of every presentation I do, no matter who I talk to, my question is always, sorry, if you were trying to work out what W3C should standardize next, what would you do? I'd love to know. Thank you very much. That's it.
I have a set of questions, obviously.
Well, first, thank you for a very good presentation. And I think being on the other side of the wall, being maybe the data enthusiasts still, and I think the presentation of minding the gaps, because we actually need to do that. And that is one of the questions I have. Is not only to reaching out to the huge communities of web developers or developers per se that's doing all this fancy stuff that organizations are using, but it's also the provisioning of any content, being publishing, whatever they do. And this is one of the big problems when I'm talking to not open platforms, if you will. Some of them are from Redmond and some of them are from other spaces where they earn lots of money on licensing, and they couldn't care less about open standards because they'd like to have it closed down, and they might have some opportunities in configuring your database or your SharePoint server. There are some configuration templates that actually could make them more open, but most developers don't know why they should do it. It's an extra mile to go. How do we bridge that? Because I mean, most of the things we actually want to be on the web should be in an RDF somewhat format, could be JSON or whatever, but it's still the starting point is someone working with an Office spreadsheet or a Word document. What do you think?
Openness is difficult to get across. The use of open source terrifies some people. Node4j is RDF with all the open bits taken out. It's a graph store anyone can use, but it's really easy to use, so it's successful. Standards and using linked data does not automatically mean that the data is open. So you can use closed linked data, and you can link your closed linked data to what's openly available. America's quite good at making money. Apple's quite good at making money. Google has a few dollars in the bank. It's a model that works, and it isn't going to change overnight. What's surprising, actually, is how resistant the American culture is, and I say this with all respect, I suppose. They want to have someone to phone up and complain to if it goes wrong. So one of the emerging businesses, and I know several in this field, is they take open data, which is provided as is provided you may be there tomorrow, it may not be, and they curate it and then make it available as a paid-for service. The data they get for free, and you can get the data for free, but the service that you can bring up at 3 o'clock in the morning and say, it's broken, fix it, that's what people want. And if you're a company that operates that service, there are certain things you are not going to make open, because you're making money on these things. Microsoft has a different view of the world, as it has always done. It's changing dramatically. Microsoft is not the company it was, as we all know. We all know why. But I don't know. It's what people like, as I understand it, is they like the ability to ring up a company, their supplier, and say, "It's broken. You guys have got to fix it." And they don't seem to like the idea that they could say, "You fix that, or I'm going to get the other guy in." And it's that sort of threat of getting the other guy in that they don't seem to want to have. Getting the other guy in means that if you insist on them using open standards for their thing in the chain, you can get rid of them and put a new block in. And I don't know quite how to address that, but it seems to be a cultural thing, that you buy company X because you've always bought company X, and that's who you go to. It's a cultural thing, and I think it's more of a culture in America than it is here. I think Europe is much more open to getting rid of one supplier and putting in another one, and open standards helps that happen.
Yeah, I think was it Staffan's presentation this morning where you had the map of the lights? Was Staffan? I don't remember, but it was very bright in Western Europe.
Oh, yeah,
that was for Wikipedia,
yeah.
And that's kind of the same thing here. Well, European communities could have long and enduring processes, as we all know. Bureaucracy is part of the main game that you do, but still, it's actually happening here. Lots of the things we're seeing that your team is doing. So I think that was a good question, because further down the road we will have this final panel debate. But from what I hear when I work with clients trying to embrace these emerging standards, is this gap. So how do I use both and all the existing B2C standards together with their stuff and with Schema Authority? And then you get lots of question marks from the practitioners who might be communicators or responsible for a website, but they know about you, they might know about some of the other existences. How do we bridge that from a community? Because we're all struggling on the same side, basically, but still not.
Familiarity is a problem. I mean, you use the term emerging technology.
Yeah.
RDF is, 15, 20 years old. It ain't new.
Yeah, well, I got acquaintance with it with Jonas showed me 98, I think.
Yeah. I mean, most of the standards that you've probably seen came from 2004, which were the second iteration. But the first, the W3Cs, the first standard published was for PNG, but that was actually already written before the consortium started. The first standard, or set of standards that the consortium worked on and developed with itself, was a thing called PIX, which is actually the thing I didn't work on that, but I used it a lot. That's how I got into W3C in the first place, which was a metadata standard for web pages. And that evolved into RDF. So yes, it ain't new. Sorry, it's not emerging. Now, in some ways, that's a good thing, because you can say this is stable. It's been through 2 iterations of improving it and getting it right. On the downside of that is, well, hang on, if it's not so new, how come I've never heard of it? So it's a double-edged sword, I'm afraid.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the same thing is, I mean, you say, well, we refer to Dublin Core, which was, started in '95, which is, 20 years old.
Yeah.
And if I ask a general practitioner, not just a doctor, but any practitioner who doesn't work with metadata, I think it's question marks on that one, which I thought was like, that's the most, I mean, it's been there for 20 years, you still don't use it in your most, common day work platforms. It's not used.
But they might know what a mark record is.
Yeah.
Which is horrible. Yeah.
Any questions more from the audience here? Jonas?
Well, I think to get people to use it is if Google would format the answer to the queries using the metadata, people would use it. And also with Facebook, the way the link is presented when you share the links, I think lots of use of the metadata is there. And oftentimes they don't use the available metadata and only use it for special partners, or so it should take some trust functions to, so you don't have to process, but you can just use the data in your page and it will be presented.
But if someone puts some false data on there, who are you going to blame, them or Google? And Google depends on the trust of its users. So they have a commercial reason for being careful in what they show you. And one of the great successes of schema.org is actually how little people lie. They do still lie with it, but I mean, but they have a process for handling that. So the results you get, and I disagree. They do show a lot of stuff that comes from schema.org markup in the search boxes and in the search results, and in the info boxes on the side. A lot of that comes from schema.org markup and other stuff that they've done in the knowledge graph. So they are presenting it. I actually was experimenting with it at the weekend. I've been meaning to do this for years. I'm not a professional computer scientist. I worked in radio many years ago, and I have a few old recordings of some interviews I did when I was working on the radio. And I finally got round to putting one of these online. And I thought I really must put some markup in the page so you can find this thing. So if you like Melissa Etheridge, who was an American rock star who I interviewed in 1989 before she was well known, I have an interview of hers, and I wanted to put some data, some RDFA in the web page. I did a pretty good job. If you put it through an RDFA distiller, you get some good triples out of it. Put that through the schema.org testing tool, it screams 21 errors. No, it's not. I've got my RDFA right. It says what I want it to say. But Google has its own agenda, of course, so it should do. It's its own company. It will do things its way. And it says, I've made lots of mistakes. I think they're wrong, but they're bigger than me, so I don't know.
Yeah, but I think the point is that the uptake of using schema.org in such a short time is that it's very easy for me to show to my clients, well, if you actually do behave a little bit better, a little bit more on your metadata, in anything you publish on the web or your mobile devices or whatever device you publish something, you will at least get a better search result page for the things you want to say.
Yeah.
And that is the dollar signs for most of us. They will, I understand that. I mean, if I'm professional developing some specific service, now if I just finish it a little bit better, I will get to the top.
And you get instant. Well, they make a point saying you don't go higher up, but you do get more space.
Yeah, you get more space. You get a better search result.
Yeah. More accurate.
Any more questions?
Yeah, I just have a question. Do you think in the future I will be able to go to sort of to book a travel on to a travel agency site and see, okay, this is too expensive because with link data I know now how much I have my bank account account, for example, to use link data to fetch data, which is not sort of publicly available, but requires that I am logged in with my EID and sort of, because it seems like that would be helpful if I just think about personal experiences. If I am on a certain website with public information, I can grab information that's personal to me and augment it with the context, which I mean.
The short answer is yes, I do. You'll be able to do that. My fear is you'll only be able to do it if you're using a proprietary system. Call it Apple, call it Google, call it Microsoft. But you'll be using one of those and you'll be locked into that. And as a web consortium, our biggest constant battle is stopping that happening. The big companies would love to own the web. Amazon would love to do it. He's the most anti-open standards company there is. They're not a member of ours. They don't take part at all. Our former chief exec was literally chased out of their building when he went to try and see them. They would love to close it down. Countries would like to own the web. They want to own the whole thing. So yes, I'm sure it'll be possible, but look out for that complete lockdown by the country.
Did you think it's, in the future we could actually have a personal IP for me?
We're trying to do it. We're actually trying to achieve that.
I guess that's because, as you say, I mean, I had different negotiations with different union platforms, but it's still me.
Yeah.
So it means that I on my computer have Google and Apple and some other more closed systems, but it's me impersonating, playing a role within any space that's actually using the internet protocol. So I would love to have an identifier just being me.
We are trying to achieve just that. We have a project called CrossCloud, which is being led by my colleague Sandro Hall. Timble himself is involved in that. He's the principal investigator. We're trying to make exactly that true. And it uses the link data platform technology, which I haven't talked about, but it's a way of shifting triples around without using Sparkle. So you can create accounts and share the right information without sharing the information you don't want to share, managing identities, all that stuff. Yes, we're trying to make that. We have a project, we have a way of doing that. The problem is getting take up. But yeah. So
I think for healthcare records, and I mean, there's
all that stuff. Yes.
Billions of different ways of layering records on me.
We are trying to do away with the password. We have a whole department doing privacy security. It's a difficult nut to crack because of inertia and what's already happening and trust between people. So our solution is based on that, decentralized. So you control your identity and you work out who can have it. It's not based on passwords, but getting take up will be a problem. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm thinking on time, and I think it could be a really good next talk with Niklas, including Jason and Bill.
Yeah. So moving over to, thank you very much, Phil.
All right, thank you.
Ska vi se, jag tror att du har din presentation liggande där.
Yes.
Här.
Vad sa du? Hade ni ingen?
Nej, jag har ingen klick. Jag fortsätter att vara klickare helt enkelt. Okay. And we'll be happy to welcome Niklas, who will present some of the key thoughts and thinking that you've been doing for the National Library. And as we all know, some of the cultural heritage institutions are actually the ones that we pass forward into the data, which are in some ways are in the forefront. And as you mentioned last year, some of the things on the outside looks really nice and polished with the good data structures. And then you have your existing old catalog systems that is not as structured and as nice. So you've been trying to match, make those unstructured, they're structured inside, but not according to the standards. No. So with further ado, Niklas, and just, shout to me and I will do my presentation stuff here.
Yeah, great. Thank you. So hello, as Fredrik said, I'm from the National Library of Sweden. And what we do is that we collect legal deposits from everybody who's publishing in Sweden or in Swedish. And we've been doing this since, I think, at least a couple of 100 years, Originally, it was intended for censorship, but then the purpose got shifted so that we would just provide canonical copies of the material that has been published in Sweden. We also serve as a hub for the National Union Catalog, which is comprised of the bibliographical information and the holdings information that all the libraries in Sweden, which are members of the Libris Collective, share together. Mainly the municipal libraries and educational libraries and universities and high schools and things like that, and also some research libraries. Also, we have, as a government agency, a mission to provide open and shared information which can be used beyond the library and public sectors, so that everybody should be able to take part of what we're trying to collect and maintain and consolidate. Our current work, we aren't that many which do this part of the work. We are like a group of half a dozen people or so who, from time to time, some of us full-time, focus on upgrading some of our systems to use linked data. We use this because we need to reduce the redundancy of information which is copied all throughout the various systems that we have. And also we're trying to make it easier to reuse the data by creating recognizable shapes and sharing the vocabularies that we use throughout the various we have. That's apart from the National Union Catalog, is largely a collection of authorities, which are definitions of the people, the authors, and other people who are associated with the things that have been created. We also have lots of topics and subject headings, along with a bunch of definitions for events and geographical places. We also have definitions of material types and things like that. All of these definitions originate from somewhere else, but they have come into our systems mainly through copying of the definitions and reusing things in the systems internally. And that kind of makes things difficult to consolidate and collate when we integrate various systems today. Also, we have lots of other smaller systems which we try to take on piece by piece. And this reality, these systems are, depending on how you count them, in the hundreds, although some of the systems are actually just Excel files on a shared server somewhere. But there is a constant flurry of projects and activities and collaborations throughout our organization. And since we don't have that much of an IT budget compared to corporate organizations, we strive to maintain some kind of coherence as far as we can. And this is what it often feels like. I've been a consultant for a decade or so before I started working for the National Library, and I felt like this most of the time, especially when I worked for government agencies. Things tend to be jerry-rigged in some way and tend to be very difficult to maintain after a while without hazardous results if you try to tamper with the wiring. What we try to do is to play a game of sticks with this situation and find pieces that we can actually extract and analyze how they are connected. And working over time, we're trying to maintain something which can be easier to reuse, and then take each other part and try to reintegrate these other systems with the stuff that we try to consolidate as linked data. So this brings us to what we are currently working on finalizing and publishing to be accessible for the world in general. We mainly work on the cataloging system that we have, because we have a huge responsibility to ensure that the users of the National Union Catalog, i.e. the members of the Libris Collective, can get more efficient use of this Union Catalog. So we're changing the internal data structure, which currently, as Phil alluded to, is structured as MARC data, which I will not show you, and nobody should ever be shown. And try to reshape that as far as we are able to into linked data. Specifically, we use JSON-LD as the format of choice, because that makes it easier for us to work with consultants who only know web technologies and aren't privy to the entire semantic web stack yet. Doing that, we have started to roll out the first parts of our new web-based cataloging tool, which we will continue to work on over time during the year.
Let's go for
that one. Yeah. No, this one. One of the backbone sticks in this game of sticks we play is, as I mentioned, the authorities that we have, which is the topics and the persons and the places and the definitions, including, of course, the vocabularies themselves, the terms, the relations between the things in the system. We want to publish this as transparently as possible under the domain id.kb.se. And in doing this, we have to ensure that we expose the sources, the origins of these definitions. Hitherto, there have been lists in documentation telling you how you should pick out certain things, but we haven't published the actual sources. And most of these sources come from the Library of Congress in the States, United States. And these resources are published as linked data there. So when we have a definition in our system for a language, it's usually the definition from the Library of Congress lists of languages, which in turn is based on the other standard definitions for languages. I don't remember the ISO names. It's the 6 something something, and then there are various flavors of that as well. Which brings us to one part of the problem, because there is rarely one source of definitions. So we have this hub to publish our own definitions and link them and interlink them to the other sources, and ensuring that we have tools available for automatic synchronization and consolidation of this, so that we don't maintain this problem of copying data. Also, we want to ensure that the things that we build can use other parts of descriptions from other parts of the web. And apart from the things that are already structured as linked data, such as DBpedia and Wikidata and GeoNames, we want to enable, for instance, bloggers who publish reviews of books to be able to link to our bibliographical records, or to something which our bibliographical records are linked to, for instance, Wikipedia or Wikidata definitions of works from famous authors, and integrate this. So to be able to leverage the growing web of data, we focus a lot on schema.org types, and also take part in collaborating with schema.org through, for instance, the bibliographic extensions that have fairly successfully been working to extend schema.org with various types of information which libraries focus on. As I mentioned earlier, we internally use JSON-LD, which is the details that we work with when we build our services right now. We use lots of dynamic languages and Elasticsearch and things like that to fairly quickly build various user interfaces and search engines
on top of this. But we have a fundamental commitment to ensure that we do not invent things in doing so. We try to ensure that even if we need to build some kind of custom APIs for search, if there is something to build upon, which there usually is, for instance, the linked data API originating from the Gov.uk work on building an easier access point to linked data, which is more palatable to developers than SPARQL, but is still mappable to RDF and SPARQL and things like that. We take a shortcut by using JSON-LD directly, but in principle it works the same way. So we're trying to continuously monitor web development of the linked data standards to leverage all of that. And the linked data platform is another very useful thing to watch when we build our read-write APIs to a new cataloging system. This is just an example of how the shapes look, which we are turning MARC into. You have bibliographical record here, and then you have a record, and then some definitions for things, and interlinking that definition with the definition from Library of Congress. But as Phil also said, this does not really look like linked data if you're not looking carefully. It simply looks like just JSON, which makes it much easier for the web developers we hire and contract as consultants to just start to build services from. And regarding vocabularies, well, we, of course, do as everybody else, reinvent everything. Well, not really. We try as hard as we can to use the definitions that exist in the current vocabularies. But the problem is that they aren't really cohesive, and there are so many details in our systems that we have to ensure that we can switch which definition we rely on. One difficulty we have had is in deciding whether to use schema.org concepts and shapes or the developing shapes in BibFrame, which is a vocabulary developed by the Library of Congress, to, well, basically do the same things. And also, of course, we use the existing W3C standards when we can for SCOS, for concept. Often find that in your local subject heading system, there are more distinct specialized flavor of things. So we subclass SCOS and may define sub-properties thereof. But that's the basic workflow we do. We really try to ensure that any kind of shape which is recognizable by the broader web of linked data users should be able to find out what our terms mean. We have very recently had discussions with some of the European libraries which do the same things as we do. They publish linked data from their library systems, but although they use, most of them try to use existing vocabularies, they have basically done the same thing as we have. They have defined their own terms for things they miss, and even though they use Dublin Core or Bibu or schema.org terms, we sometimes use things a little bit differently. So we're trying to work together to look at how we can consolidate and align our efforts, and also try to make sure that this effort is going back into the larger standards bodies and development of things like the schema.org bibliographic extensions as well. But we haven't really been able to work very hard on this. We, as you can see, started in December last year, so we're still trying to consolidate our various views. Also, we have recently launched datakb.se, which is the collection of data sets which we publish on the web as open data. And we have exposed this catalog, of course, using the standard vocabularies that are used for harvesting data, DCAT especially, and also the terms that have been imported from DCAT into schema.org. So we use RDFA to use a mix of many vocabularies in this. And we have representations in other formats as well of this data, so that harvesters can go about collecting this data and using it for, especially for öppnadata.se, which is going to collect this information for the national catalog of data sets from public institutions. Though the real trick in doing this work isn't really about technology at all. The hard parts is trying to understand each other. This is very visible when you see the problems with vocabulary alignment, and where everybody tries to reinvent terms because they have very specific views on what they mean, and they can't really consolidate this meaning with anybody else's. Actually, most of the time it's because they don't have time to understand what anybody else is trying to mean. So a lot of this is talking about this technology with our domain experts without using the word technology, because then they think we always use MARC, and then they leave the room. Although they know MARC, they don't want to do anything else beyond what they've already been doing with MARC, which is trying to sort of tame it and game it to express what they mean. When I say that, well, you can do this with RDF, they say, well, no, that's just technology, but that's sort of missing the entire point. And if you just sit down and talk for a while, you start to find some common ground when I start to talk about entities and relations and properties, and suddenly they say, well, that sounds like the conceptual model of our bibliographic rules. And yeah, that's the same definition. And then after a while, we start to find more and more common ground. But the problem is, of course, that this common ground, although you might know that it's there or hope it is there, people rarely have the time to find out that it is there, and this is the crucial difficulty. And the same goes, of course, for collaborating internationally, because even if people are using RDF, they reinvent the terms because they don't have the time to consolidate the views perfectly. And also there is a lot of politics and branding going on. And another trick is that, well, RDF usage is actually very young. It's a fairly old standard, but MARC is sort of like, I think it was created in the 60s. So from our point of view, RDF is really just a toddler. And the actual experiences of consuming and creating RDF and the life cycle that goes into that is not really that explored yet. I think there are many ways of investigating how you can align different expressions. I think that the RDF shapes is one interesting venue, but I think that often the real problem is that people just don't have the time. They don't take the time, and they don't see that their point of views are just skewed because they have their own lenses looking at reality. Most of the time, we don't really understand that what we mean with our definitions is just a facet or a view of something which can be normalized. And as I think I declared myself as a ontological nihilist at this workshop in December. And I often point that out when people think that I'm a Platonist or something like that. I'm really not. I don't believe that there is necessarily fundamental truth and meaning underneath the terms that we use, but I know that there is commonality between the terms. And I think that taking a little bit of time and learning more than one point of view might give you real insights and actually enable you to define a common term, which is a super property of the local properties you use in your own contexts. And in doing this, there are many ways to normalize and consolidate data, but after you've done that, makes it much easier to use and share. But I think if you just think about if you know RDF, I know everybody here doesn't, but those of you who know RDF vocabularies know the term, the properties RDFS label, POF name, schema name, and the SCOS pref label. And which one is the center term here? I would say RDFS label, but there are 4 different perspectives in these. And if you encounter data on the web using one of these terms, you can be sure that at least 50% of them have interpreted them from your point of view wrong. So this understanding, this kind of social and psychological process is the most important part in this work, I think. And then you have the symbols. I mean, I had a lot of meaning in using these 4 properties. So there is a kind of very effective use of semantics using IDs like that, but that's not enough. You have to understand the various uses and the perspectives to be able to find the common ground. And there are many other patterns of descriptions. I mean, this is just one string property. Then you have the composition and the various abstract levels of works and translations and all these kind of shapes that you have to understand and then decide whether you should apply or not. And the method in general should be that you should take what you have and try to see if you can find something a little bit less concrete that you can reuse in other places. Not much more, but stay for a while and reflect on the usage. Which is very hard when you have deadlines and you have budgets and limitations. And you have lots of things going on right now, which you don't have the time right now to understand, could be consolidated in a way that made them more usable over time. And this is a main human problem. I mean, this has been going on for the entirety of human existence, and we can't really solve that with technology, but we should understand that technology can be used to recognize this problem and consolidate it. But you can't really sell the promised benefits of linked data as actual benefits unless you recognize that there is a lot of communication and understanding that you have to apply beyond just technology. And just respect the limits of time and resources that everyone involved in this have. But of course, the motivations is that you need to be able to improve your own efficiency and eliminate redundancy as far as possible in order to make things more effective over time. And linking shared definitions and using common vocabularies is fundamental in order to create recognition and enable the things that we've seen in part here today and seen in other demos, and things like the Google Knowledge Graph and the effects of Wikidata over time. It's just that technology is only one half of the solution. The other is the understanding itself. That's about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, as you said, I mean, linking to the things that Phil was talking about is the communications and kind of making sense making, because that's the everyday problem. I think most of us in the room share that. Well, we see the light, but it's very difficult, to put the pieces together so that the other professional or practitioners actually comprehend what kind of uses they should have. And I think you also put together very good examples of the complexity of which parts of the overlapping vocabulary should I use? I mean, I've tried, well, in 2 different separate projects as we speak, to explain to a very efficient web developer which parts I think should be part of the things he should put into the web page, using schema.org, FOF, and some other stuff, basic things, you could think. But then when you start, to scratching the surface, you realize that, well, he has actually not understand what I've actually told him in the first workshop. So we kind of have to rearrange until, well, you run out of the limit of time and budget. So so anyone else have a question here to Nicholas? Jonas?
What's wrong with Mark? Isn't it expressive? How can you transform that to a flat data structure?
To a flatter data structure?
It is, in some slides, you said, was it flat? It transformed into JSON MD.
Well, right, yeah. Well, the fundamental problem with Mark is that it doesn't have a notion of entity. It's implicit. So there is bundles of details in very strange square. It's almost like a spreadsheet. But every row is a bit different, and some rows talk about the main entity, if there is one, and some are repeated, and then you can infer that there is probably more than one main entity. So it's a very strange data structure, kind of reminiscent of XML without semantics, in which you can create all kinds of strange shapes. But how we turn it into something flatter? Well, actually, I probably mean something simpler, something more normalized, with using the RDF model or the actual entity attribute value model. And well, I'm not really sure how to explain how we do that. We do what I just explained in interpreting Mark and put that into definitions so that we can pick out the parts that seem to be applicable to an entity or an aspect of that entity, such as a format or a publishing event or person.
Thank you.
Vi går ut och kollar om det finns kaffe. Otherwise it's going to be Peter here who's going to do the presentation. Jo, jag sa bara att vi har kaffe där ute. Vi tar ett kaffebreak och så ska vi ha Peter som kommer att presentera efter kaffebreaket. Så om vi är tillbaka här om en kvart, klarar ni det? Ja. 43. Det var lite mindre. Ja, vi ser vem som är det. Ja, fan, kan vi se det? Ja, absolut. Helt andra. So Peter, should we bring up your slides while the other ones are running for coffee? So did you think it was useful? Sorry, which? Do you think it was useful? All the presentations? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And the complexity is out there, and it's all about communication. Yeah. You sent it to my friend voice, didn't you? Yes, I sent one today. It's okay to present. I think so. It's just that I was clever and I used the fonts from the website. Okay. It wouldn't let me embed this together into PowerPoint. Yeah. No, this is not the one. Yeah, this is the one. Very slow. Yeah, strange. I'm using. So this is that one or that one, which one? The left one, yeah. Okay.
Ska gå efter kaffe?
Jag har inte skickat det. Nej. Jag ligger... Måste man stå still? Jag har problem med det.
Nej, du kan nog röra på dig. Du får bara prata med våra kameror.
Ja, det är så här. Hur mycket kan man röra på sig?
Det ska gå att kunna röra på sig ganska mycket här. Problemet är bara att kameran, när det filmar och det är ljus bakgrund, en silhuett. Så det är väldigt svårt att... Ja, nej, men du får röra på dig så mycket du kan och så får jag hänga efter.
Ja, det brukar jag. Alltså, så snabb är jag inte. Jag bara såg annars. Jag tänkte på förstår annars.
Har du
ja, men det är bra att röra lite på sig.
Ja, för annars nu efter...
You just have to left down.
Absolut.
Actually, on the line either, is it?
Ja, jag kan sätta upp dig. Därför.
Okay. So how? Can I just trust me? I'll just do like this. Slow pacing. Yes. No, we'll be standing here and helping you. Okay. Sure. Yeah, sure.
Let's see if we can find my presentation as well.
Ja, den ligger på nu uppe.
Den ligger på slideshare.
Just det.
För mig.
Det är den som JP, I mean, we've been struggling with all of our clients.
Ni såg ett ljus här.
Ja, men alltså det var ju...
Sorry.
Jag ser inte vad någon... Där är så. Men det blir större då. Så. Nu ska vi se, var var jag nu då? Försvann den, va? Där ska vi se.
Ja, Fredrik, är det trångt?
på ljuset.
Om du tar upp skärmen så tappar du allt annat. Ja.
Are you next, Peter?
I am next, yes. Just wondering about this presentation.
All right, that's the
Let's to
save it as a PDF because I thought I'd be presenting on my PC, and this PC doesn't have the same fonts, so it throws it. Did it freeze? Sorry, did it freeze?
Did it freeze? No, it's just not very good in terms of going from one slide to another.
Is there like a view mode or something? Yeah, some like view. You go to view. The bottom. Oh yeah, slide through. Oh, full screen.
Cool. What's that?
Cool. Earlier, Fred had his browser search for how to present the slideshow. Google Ads. And I was very close. I was looking at it too. All right.
Problem? Din presentation här, den visar genom din webbkamera, inte genom...
Ja, men det beror nog på att jag stängde av stop sharing screen.
Aha.
Därför. I think that's the main obstacle. So if I start sharing my screen again, you might actually see Peter's presentation. That would be excellent. Good. No? Going to, here you go. No. You had it as a PDF. Shite. Okay, connect LD 21051. Do you see it somewhere here?
Yeah, you just passed it. Keep going. No, down.
That one?
Yep.
I have way too many things open in my preview.
So you can just use left and right click.
Okay. Brilliant. Thank you. So I'll leave the stage for you. You do some tap dancing and some singing.
Try.
Did I spell your name correctly?
It's EY. Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Do you want another tagline underneath to connect? Maybe.
Great, thank you.
Ja. Det ska bli kul att se vad vi kan göra med de här YouTube-filmerna sen. Vi kan ju redigera dem sen.
Ja, det är mycket att klippa i.
Jag tänkte att jag känner dig efter 3.
Det går nog bra tror jag just nu. Eller tack vare er att alltihopa. Sen eftermiddagen har det funkat hyfsat tycker jag.
Du ska bara kolla med dem så att jag får nästan att ni bara lämnar.
Här i rummet
ja. Så hämtar jag det imorgon då.
Okej, för jag måste göra samma sak. Jag ska ju vidare till restaurangen sen. Studenterna har väl lyft över en del saker redan va? De andra studenterna har väl lyft över en del av sakerna där ute. Ja, i vart fall alla roll-ups och sånt där. Så det är borta när vi lämnar rummet sen. Då tar jag och ropar in allihopa så vi kommer igång.
Pratar du svenska?
Lite.
Okay. We have a menu for tonight.
All right, okay.
You can see the English translation here. We have hamburger, you have a spring sandwich, a Caesar salad, and a sausage plate.
Okay. Take a sausage plate.
All right. And your voice. Did I pronounce it right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hejsan!
Hej! Jag skulle titta på någon meny tror jag.
Ja.
Vad kan jag...
Detta är det som rekommenderas. För det hamburgare, räkmacka, caesarsallad eller korvbricka.
Jag ska ha caesarsallad.
Okej. Vegetarisk eller med kött?
Med kött. När ska vi göra det? Så sätter jag eller?
17:30.
Okej.
Har de sagt.
Ja, bra.
Okay, everybody. So I'm happy to present my fellow colleague here, Peter. I work at the same company, Findwise, research. We share the same really interest in semantics and data. So with further ado, I will leave the stage for you. This is the EU funded project that we did in February this year, and we're going to have some midterm results coming out soon, I think. And it's all EU projects, lots of interesting things, culture discussions sometimes, but it actually works. So, thank you, Peter. And I will be helping out with the manual presentation. Okay, good afternoon. It's a delight to be here this afternoon. I have two hats this afternoon, as it were, representing both Findwise and KConnect. I'm going to be talking about KConnect and its multilingual semantic search services. I'll start talking briefly about Findwise and how we got to be involved in KConnect. Secondly, about KConnect itself, and then the premise behind it, how it's linked to linked data. I've put LET or light in brackets because the presentation won't be too technical. And lastly, I'll talk a bit more about Findwise's role in the project. So about Findwise. We're international consultants. We have offices in Scandinavia and Poland. We're based for the head office in Gothenburg, in a smart new building with great 360 views around Gothenburg, including a bird's eye view into Ludvig. We have about 95, between 95 and 100 consultants, most of whom have a master's degree. We have been awarded for the fourth year running the Gazelle Prize from the intelligence industry. It's one of the fastest growing companies in Sweden. And this year is our 10th anniversary, which we'll be celebrating after our annual Findability Day, when we show the results from our latest enterprise search and findability survey. I'll come back to this slide a couple of times. I really wanted to show what a great range of clients that Findwise have, both private, public, and academic. You can see that we're well represented in all industries and all sectors. Notably here in Gothenburg, SKF, Göteborgs, and Chalmers University. So this certainly helps us in terms of developing our solutions.
Further, using a triple helix of private, public, and academic organizations. We are an independent consultancy, so we are very much used to using a whole range of technologies, both open source and proprietary. We try to improve our solutions that we offer by both doing our own developments and also developing solutions and products collaboratively. Here today also representing Findwise. At the back is Mikhail Halim, who is in charge of Findwise Labs, and he's also responsible for the dissemination and exploitation of K-Connect. Myself, I work as project manager for Findwise for the K-Connect project. And of course, also working with me in research is Frederick. And there's a plug for your latest book.
Yeah, thank you.
Next. So these are basically Findwise partners in technology. Most recently is IBM Watson and VirtualWorks. Okay, next one. So as to Findwise Confidence, our main bread and butter, as it were, is search and search-driven solutions. Increasingly, we're asked for solutions that deal with big data analysis. And our key competence naturally are document classification, data content enrichment, NLP, and text analytics. And increasingly, we're looking towards linked data and semantic search to provide solutions for our clients. So about K-Connect. I love this picture. This is a picture from the K-Connect website. For me, it embodies the aspiration of the K-Connect project, wanting to free information from silos or systems and to be able to be manipulated using linked data and semantics. So K-Connect is both, as Frederick said, an EU project and a semantic search service for medical information. It's a multilingual semantic search service. We started contact with Alan Hamprey from the University of Technology in Vienna early last year. Alan was coordinator for a former EU FP7 project called CreationWay, which really started the semantic development of the service. And we were awarded in December of last year 4 million euros to develop the project further and commercialize the project. So as to the partners, you can see the usual triple helix. We've got academics, University of Vienna, who specialise in search-log analytics, Sheffield, who provides the GATE service, which deals with annotation, and Charles University from Czechoslovakia, who are machine translation specialists. The technical providers are Findwise, OntoText, and Precognos. And Findwise basically deals most with the universities, and early adopter here in Sweden, Culturum, who are the innovation arm of Rivian, Linköping, Yen. So the information types that we probably deal with most for Culturum and Linköping are electronic health records, but the other partners also deal with medical information, clinical trials, and HON is Health on the Net. This deals also with medical information aimed at clinicians researchers and citizens. So about the premise behind K-Connect. We start off with the medical domain itself. How do doctors, clinicians, researchers keep up to date with the latest and best information in their fields with so many publications, publishers, and the information, the vast information on the internet. Thanks. From the semantic search point of view, there's a need for an intelligent search, both finding relevant sources and within those sources finding relevant information per se. And we tackle this from two angles really, both from the indexing and semantic annotation side, and also search query. And within the indexing and annotation, we're looking to turn text and data into machine readable information, extracting entities and the relationships and context between these entities. This takes both form of pre-document annotation, linguistic processing, and also the access and use of formal knowledge sources. And on the search query side, we're looking for the intelligent comprehension of the query, being able to better pinpoint information. And lastly, from the multilingual point of view, obviously a lot of information is published in English, but by no means all amounts. With 23 official European languages, this is a big pull for the EU in that we could provide different languages. And so this is very important. Say, for example, here in Sweden, you all speak excellent English, but sometimes the formulation of queries is still easier to do in your mother tongue. Another advantage was also that it's very expensive to create multilingual solutions. Okay, as to K-Connect and linked data. K-Connect uses a very large medical knowledge base. It's the semantic integration of a number of different types of sources using SCOS to map and link data sets. So the standard subject, predicate, object, using the data types, resources, literals, and blank notes. So the knowledge base that K-Connect has developed and still developing contains some 1.2 billion RDF statements. Some of the data sources are UMLS from United States, DrugBank, Ladlet, EVpedia, and GeoNames. And so the concepts between these data sets are mapped using SCOS. The example here using ventral hernia from different data sets. And of course, using this, we've also got the ability to infer new facts within the graph database, and also bring new data sets in. So one of the main keys, as I previously said, was being able to create toolkits, language toolkits that people can use. And this is something that Mindwise is very involved in for, obviously, Swedish. So we're using data sources that also have Swedish that can be mapped to UMLS. And we basically use a number of corpora for both training our models and for alignment of phrases and words within different languages. So as a Swedish researcher, potentially you can search in Swedish, retrieve all articles in Swedish or English, and translated articles from other languages in English. As to the architecture of K-Connect, you can see we plan to use a number of sources, whichever sources an organization is requesting, either medical literature, research, electronic health records, registries, or just ordinary texts or documents within the organization, which then go into the pipeline controlled by GATE, which is both linguistic processing and semantic annotation. Also links to the knowledge base and the formal sources. And then the user can obviously search and retrieve the classified and annotated translated texts. We also provide a number of building blocks in the offering of K-Connect to build different solutions. As mentioned already, translated toolkits. We have a number of language models that we can use. For example, temporality and negation models are well used in electronic health records. HealthOnNet use a couple of algorithms that have been designed in terms of either trustworthiness or readability. And also, as I said previously, the University of Vienna are specialists in search log analysis, so they can kind of match up the complexity of the articles retrieved by analyzing the search query itself. Okay, so Findwise's role in K-Connect. As I said, we'll be working closely with Jönköping Healthcare. The project started in February, and we're just organizing workshops at the moment, gathering requirements, how we can improve the patient-clinician consultation and generally increase patient safety and treatment. These are a few examples of things that have been mentioned by some of the doctors and nurses so far that may be of use. And of course, in the future, we have here in Sweden the change in that public will be able to access the electronic health records online. We'll be looking at the effects of this in terms of how patients' terminology will differ from that of doctors, and also the change within healthcare generally, how patient outcome measurements will become more key. That's it. Thank you. Any questions? Hi.
I have a question. The data that you collect and extract from articles, will be that put in the public domain? If so, with which license will it be under?
Okay, so for most of the medical literature, we will be extracting and putting into the index. It will depend on which organization it is. So if they subscribe to certain sources, we can include those sources. In terms of, say, for example, HealthOnNet, they will only index public information that's already on the internet.
Were you asking about the outcome of the software that we developed for doing?
No, actually it's more around the data, but to say because if you text mine, you get it in semantically, like in RDF format, if you will publish the triplets to say, that they become publicly available, that they integrate the data that you get out of this project, if that will be available to the public, or it will be just in the onto text system, and it's only the registered user of that system that can actually exploit the data.
As far as I understand, it will just be with an onto text and the registered users. Yeah.
But that would be a very good idea.
Yeah.
To publish it in a public domain.
I agree.
That's what the journal publishers are all trying to do. Is what you know, NLP, and extracting information either from the text or the diagrams or whatever, and all trying to work out what they have to do with it. Because they're being forced, rightly, that they have so scientific publishers are being forced to publish the data because with the journal article. And publishers are saying, yeah, sure, we'll do it. How are we going to make money out of it? Are we supposed to host these petabytes of data and give them away for free? And how are we going to make a living out of it? So, which my answer is, well, you do the kind of extraction you're doing and you provide free metadata, which means you sell more articles.
True.
It's a hard sell.
Yeah.
Doesn't tell me where the door is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
See. Switch to our colleague here from Seneca. Welcome.
Tackar.
Nu ska vi se om vi kan leta reda på din presentation här också.
Det är där på... om vi går till länken, det är det lättaste.
Ja, det gör det. Jag tror stop sharing här bara så. Den la jag upp ju.
Ja, den är precis från
Eventbrite. Så gör vi. To locate my own link. Yeah. Inte vart jag söker. Okay. Okay. Fine. Ja, just det.
Du get a slideshow for open facts.
Ja. So, open facts.
Open facts.
Like this. William?
Let's see. Var det inte Antonis? Ja, det är Antonis. Vi har många här. Det är inte bara jag som har... Även om det är ju innehållet är nog rätt överlappande faktiskt. Men det är bäst med mina egna. Egon. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Ja, där. Kan jag öppna här.
Ja, så medan jag öppnar här så ska vi se.
Okay, that's me.
Ja.
Okay, so om du går tillbaka först. Ja.
Dela på skärmen. Teknikstrulet här, men vi ska alldeles strax vara live med den här presentationen. Och där är Ola. Trevligt. Och nu har vi din slides där. Jo! Då hälsar jag Ola välkommen hit för att fortsätta i Life Science och Healthcare Arena.
Okay.
Och jag kanske fortsätter att stå här.
Okay. Yeah. So that's fine. So thanks so much for the invitation. So it's a pleasure to be here and present actually a project that I care a lot about myself called the Open Facts. So I'm working in Mölndal, just south of Gothenburg, at the AstraZeneca R&D site there. So I'm part of what's called a research organization, which is kind of a bit actually separate from what Kerstin is, which is more the clinical development one. And of course, we have our own semantic data integration problem and issues for our specific data. So there I'm part of an organization called Discovery Sciences, where we are basically, it's a global organization or function, and it supports the early part of drug discovery. So I'm very much involved in the first steps of a drug discovery project, where you will find the molecule that is the starting point for a new drug. And then you need to work on it approximately for 10 years, then hopefully it comes to the market. If we go to the next slide. And first, a little bit to give the background the projects, where it was originating from. And that's kind of how we are currently in the pharmaceutical industry, where we've been during the last actually decade. There have been a lot of pressure on the sector, which has been reflected here in Sweden by Astra actually closing 2 of the 3 research sites. So the one in Lund and one in Södertälje are closed. So it's only we left in Mölndal. And there's been several reasons why there's been a lot of pressure on it, particularly to lower cost. The one is the patent expiry. For instance, there we have Nexium, which is actually a drug that was developed here in Mölndal. There's more generic competition. As soon as the patent expires, other company can manufacture a drug, and then the price drops 90 to 95%. And also the cost for R&D goes up continuously. You need to do potential bigger clinical trials, and you need to do more safety studies. So all in all, it creates a lot of pressure on the R&D organization that we should work more efficiently. If you go to the next slide. And one way to try to actually lower the cost is to do more pre-competitively, to work with our actual competitors in what we define as the pre-competitive space, where we are doing things that we need to do anyway, but it's not really around creating the specific drug that we like to sell on the market. So, and part of the pre-competitive space is definitely in informatics. So there, all companies are using, I would say, 3 types of data. If you look at the ownership, you have the public data, you have the data that you have licensed from content providers, and you have the internal data. And everything needs to be integrated. And since public data, everybody's using it. So it would be good if you could work together there, because there's a lot of different heterogeneous public data. And if you can work together to do the integration, then we need to do it only once instead of 10 times, which will need, so actually we can save some money. That is actually important for us. We had an article of some colleagues of mine published an article in Nature Review Drug Discovery 2009 about how we can work more pre-competitively. And from that, if you go to the next slide. And so to say, another is that over the last decade, there actually quite much have happened in and around the data. Data has become more open. There are much more what is important for us, what's called bioactivity data. It's basically which molecules will interact with the protein. It's much more in the public domain. The standards, I would say they're still far from perfect, but they're getting better. And that helps, of course, also with the integration. And I think that a lot of the major data providers for us, particularly the EBI, which is European Bioinformatics Institute, also getting better to actually organize their own data, which makes it easier to integrate. But still, there have been no real efforts before OpenFacts to integrate data across all sources and across all types of providers. If you go to next. And then what we have now in Europe, I think, which is very good, it was called the Innovative Medicines Initiative. So it was part of FP7, the European Union Research Framework. And it's basically to create a public-private partnership between pharmaceutical companies and academic groups. And it's focusing key problems like the efficacy of drugs, the safety of drugs, but also quite a big knowledge management component. And in total, the IMI has a budget of 2 billion euro. We're talking actually quite a big money here. 1 billion committed from the pharmaceutical companies and 1 billion committed from the EU. And a project like OpenFacts, we have a budget around 20 million euro, I believe, which is a significant sum, but it's actually a very small part of the total sum. I'm also part in another IMI project called the European Lead Factor. We actually create a drug discovery infrastructure for the whole Europe. And there we had actually budget 200 million euro. So what actually happens in practice is that the pharma companies discuss what is relevant for them, and then they put out a call, and then different academic consortia apply to win the call, and there's a winner announced, and then the FPA companies, the pharma companies, and the academics form like a consortia, and the OpenFacts is one of those consortia. So we started in 2011, and the original consortium was for 3 years, so it was until 2014. We got 2 years prolongation, so we will continue until 2016. And that's basically to create what we call an open pharmacology space. So in the area of early drug discovery, really work together to integrate the data according to, the best available technologies, ontologies, and etc. So the consortia consists of 15 academic partners, 10 pharma companies, and 6 SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises. And then we have different work package or cluster around the technical build, the scientific drive, and the community. And what is very important for the informatics project, actually, how do you handle the sustainability of the project? So basically here we have the vision statement: integrate multiple research biomedical data resources into a single open free access point. So here we're talking actually integrating data that's already in the public to them, not what we have internally at AstraZeneca or at any other pharma company. So since you're not working in drug discovery, you might not really understand the business questions here, but at least for me, they are very important. So that's basically business questions that I ask And my colleagues here in GlaxoSmithKline, or my colleagues in Sanofi or Novartis or Johnson Johnson also ask. So this is typical business questions that we would like to have to answer in our day-to-day work. And for that, you need a lot of different databases. Campbell is an important one which keeps information about the interactions between a compound and a protein. Drug Bank, that was also mentioned in K-Connect, is another one. And you see you have two different colors here. You have the more grayish one, and then you have the more bluish one. The bluish is the commercial data that we also like to integrate with the public one. We started with the public one because that's actually a big task in itself, but we also now integrating some commercial data to show that it works as well. And then internally, we're working also to integrate our internal data. Here's an article we published in Drug Discovery today, and it's also basically the article is focusing on the research question. So it's really the whole project is driven by the need from the pharmaceutical companies, but also from all the actually drug discovery efforts going on in the academic community nowadays. I think 10 years ago, all drug discovery was in the pharma company or biotech companies. But I think today there's drug discovery centers at many universities. Sweden has one, which is shared between Karolinska and Uppsala. But there are several like in London or in Dundee and in Max Planck in Germany and so on. So it's also relevant questions not only actually for the commercial companies but also for more and more academic institutions. But it's really, we define the questions up front, and everything has been basically based on that, which databases we selected and how it was integrated. So if you look at the discovery platform, it's a cloud-based system provided by a company called OpenLink. As I said, it's guided by the business questions. And the one architectural decision we take, even though we're using semantic web technology for the integration, actually let's say the interaction with the outer world is through an API. That was, we discussed that a lot in the tech committee. Decision that go actually from API and say not a SPARQL endpoint was that to make it easier to build application on top of the data resource, and it's also easier actually to control the queries through an API. But yeah, of course, you would probably have more flexibility with a SPARQL endpoint, but it's always a trade-off, and you need to make a decision. If you're more interested in how we set up the platform, there have been several articles published which are available, which has been written by the tech team, which has been led by the Vrije University in Amsterdam, but also a lot of contribution from University of Manchester in England. And I think in several talks already, there have been discussion around standards, and there's a reason for that, of course, because standards are difficult. It's quite easy to not be, you don't like the standards, and then you think you created your own universal standard, but actually there's just one standard in the row of standards. So we try as much as possible to adapt to the standards that are available. For instance, we have not developed any own ontologies. We have shoehorned in our data in available ontologies, but we are based. It's based on SPARQL, RDF, SCOS, Void, and so on. QEDT for units, for instance. What is important for us is the provenance, because not all statements in the scientific literature are correct. Actually, there's actually quite a few scientific articles where you can't reproduce the results. So which means that you will always like to go back to the origin of the source. And so the provenance is important. We have used quite a lot of what's called nano-publications there. So we have the provenance, because that's, and all when we do searches or informatics analysis, the provenance is always very important for us. And here's an interesting question, almost a philosophical question. So are these two molecules the same? And of course, there's no yes or no answer. It depends on the context. Actually, it's a very famous drug. It's Gleevec, which is an oncology drug from Novartis. And here is the, basically the active component. And up there is it we basically, when you have it in the pill that you swallow, then you have it in a salt form. So it's a difference between the active ingredient and actually the whole pill. Are they the same or different when you want to do a search? And the question is, it depends. And that have made that also, which I will come to a little bit later, made also impacted the architectural decisions that we needed to take for the system. Okay, go to the next. And then if you go to the next, as an ecosystem. So I think this slide actually describes the system, how it's built. So you have a lot of data sources that are being transformed into RDF format. For chemistry, it's a bit different. You need actually what's called a chemistry registration system, because you would like to do some specific operation with chemical structures like substructure search that you can't do in a triple stop. But besides that, all the databases get uploaded into what we call the data cache, which is the Virtuoso triple stop from Interlink. But we don't link them statically, so we don't use like SCOS same as or something like that. But we resolve that in runtime, and that means that at runtime you can decide if those two molecules are equivalent or not, if the URIs should be considered as equivalent or not. And I think it's very powerful. It might be something that will not be relevant in many other fields, but I think for us that's very useful. And that's handled by the IMS, the Identifier Management Service. So there you decide if two URIs are actually equivalent or not. And then we have an IRS, also an Identity Resolution Service, because the user basically write the name of the protein that he thinks is the right one, which it usually isn't, because a protein can have very many different names. So you need basically to take the name that he or she writes and then check with vocabulary so you get the proper names with the proper URI. But this is basically the system, and then you have the API, and you can export like JSON or XML format. And then the idea is, this is really the core platform, and then you have applications sitting on top of the platform. This is just to show also that it's really a platform, and then if you would like to have access to the API, it's no problem. Anyone can sign up for free and start to run queries to check what they get out, and we are definitely encouraging people to build application on top of the data source. If we go to the next. So here's an example of applications that have been built on top. There's some simple, we have a simple browser that you put in a protein name, a compound name, you click on a button, and then the results come up. There are some more, what we define as advanced analytics, and we show some screenshot later, where you can more manipulate and look at the data in several different ways. There's more predictions. So the data there, it's is a lot, say, compound to target how strong they bind. And then you can build a model of the data there to predict new compounds, how strong they will bind to a target. And then I think what is also very important, at least in the pharma, is we work a lot with workflow. Not everyone that is working in informatics or in my team, computational chemists, are actually that proficient in programming. So we have a lot of workflows where it's more you drag and drop it. So integration with that is important as well. So here just a screenshot to show one application called FarmPrep that was part of the OpenFacts and developed by a group at the University of Barcelona. And it's basically, just to describe it very schematically, you can see which compounds that are active on different targets, and then you can compare them. If you're working with that type of application, I think it's a powerful tool. We are, as you say, we are not using this particular, we're using the methods, but we had a system already up before that we are using. So it's a powerful way of looking at molecules. The next is also a molecular browser developed by an SME in Germany, where you can look up compounds from the data through the API. You can find similar compounds based on structure, based on properties. You can import your own compounds and compare those compounds with the compounds in the database. So it's also a handy analysis tool. And I should say, this application have been developed mainly between academic group and SMEs with medium-sized pharmas. There's 10 pharmas in the company. I would say six or seven are pretty big, like Astra. So we have a lot of tools already internally, but there are some smaller pharmas as well which don't have internal tooling. And for those, these type of applications are very handy. If you go to the next. And this is an application from University of Manchester where they have a product called Utopia, which you can use to annotate files and PDF documents. And here they have implemented OpenFacts. So if there is a compound name in the document, you can get the structure from OpenFacts. I think it's a very handy way if you are looking for an article, you see a name of a compound, but you don't know actually how it looks like. You just hover over and then the structure comes up. So that's also an application. So here we have workflows. And the OpenFacts platform have been integrated in 2 workflows. The one below is called Pipeline Pilot. I think that's a workflow that is now, it was Axtris before it's with Biovia. And that's a commercial product, and it's pretty common that we are using that in the pharma industry. The one above is called NIME, so that's an open source workflow that was, I think, originally for chem and bioinformatics, but now it's more like a business intelligence analysis workflow tool. But both have nodes for OpenFacts. It's very easy to create your own workflows where there are nodes included that is collecting data from the OpenFacts platform. And then we have the sustainability, which is actually, I think it's one of the important points in basically any EU project, actually what happens afterwards, because you have a lot of money only for a short time. And what do you do with all the data you have generated afterwards? This is Carol Gobel, who's professor of computer science in University of Manchester, and she was a bit philosophical, and yes, and she concluded that we need money for maintenance, which I think is true. And if we go to the next. So what we created is an OpenFacts Foundation, which is part of what Phil mentioned, the Big Data Europe. So it's a not-for-profit membership organization registered in the UK, and it will take over the OpenFacts discovery platform and get subscribing members. and quite a few farmers have signed up already, but I think probably we need some more. And it's basically to sustain the platform, to extend it, to bring in more data sources, and yeah, to keep the momentum going. And it's an independent entity, so it can be part also of European Union proposals like the big data. So hopefully that will also be a stream of revenue. We hope it will take off. There have been similar initiatives earlier in pharma, creating not-for-profit organizations that have worked out. So we are definitely hoping that this one will as well. Just to end with a few slides how we're actually working with it internally. So if you look at this slide, so that's what we have the API from OpenFacts, and basically what we have done, we have extracted all the data from the platform and put it in basically a type of triple store internally called the Cortellis Data Fusion. It's nowadays a product from Thomson Reuters. It was an independent biotech company called Entagen in Boston before, when we started our business relationship with them. And up there, it's what's called a mass spectrometer. So we are doing a lot of proteomics experiment where I'm sitting in an organization, particularly what's called chemoproteomics. So we get out proteome data that is potentially very important for us, because we have a molecule, but we don't really know which protein it interacts with. So we get out the experimental data, and then we analyze that together with the OpenFacts data in the Cortellis Data Fusion. And we're using a lot of visualization called a triple map, which is part of that platform, which I think is very powerful, where you can walk around along the different triplets, how they connect to each other. It's Tom Plasterer, which is a driving force for linked data, and a colleague of Kerstin that has been building that system with some assistance from me and also from my colleague that was calling the chemical biology team over in Boston. And we've got one more slide. And then basically another application which has been pioneered by a postdoc that was working with me, Linda, and now been taken over by Peter, who's sitting over there. And it's related to how we find new starting points for drug discovery projects. Usually what we do is a high throughput screen. So we have a substance collection of 2 million compound. And for an important project, we screen them in the lab, all of them. Of course, it's not a person that is doing that, it's a robot. But nevertheless, it generated quite a lot of data. So it's important that you analyze that in a very good way. And what we have used there, it was called the bioassay ontology, which is an ontology to describe basically how you set up your system when you measure when a compound interacts with a protein. And then we have annotated all the historical high throughput screen from the last 10 to 15 years. So it's around 500 to 600, mainly done by Linda and some summer worker helping Linda. And then it's put in a triple store, which is known as Legograph, and which Peter is working with. And then there we have a SPARQL endpoint, and we have an interface, so people can see which screens have been run before that is similar to this screen. And what we would like to identify is if a compound, when you screen a compound, it's a signal that's active. It might depend on two things. It's actually an active compound, but it also might be interfering with the technology that you're using when you're screening. And those more what's called false positive or frequent hitter you want to remove. So we're using basically our, so to say, data, screening data annotated with the bioassay ontology and querying the triple store to find out which compounds are true hitters that we would like to progress or which compounds that are what's called false positive and you should remove and not continue in the project. So that's Linda and Peter, and also Isabella Fireby in the team has been involved there. If you go to the next. So this is the acknowledgement. So it's a big project, it's a complex project, but I think we have made a lot of progress in semantic integration. It has been definitely, I think, for all pharma companies, a learning journey. In drug discovery, I think there was basically no knowledge about semantic technologies 2010, but we have really learned a lot, and it's been actually a really pleasure to be involved in the project and to work with a lot of the leading, so to say, academic groups with semantic integration in Europe, and also with colleagues in the other pharma companies, and particular thanks to GSK or Stefan Seng and the others has been led it from the industry. So he has been the chair from the industry and I'm the deputy chair. And then Bryn and Baran Mons from the academic who has been in the executive committee. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I thought it was a very good presentation, and I had a few thoughts, as you said. I mean, reflecting back to what Phil said earlier, sometimes you already know the questions, which is why when you lean towards using RESTful APIs, very simple APIs, rather than going for the complex Sparkle queries, which could become very complex.
It can.
Yeah, depending on your corpus and your material, and your material is complex from the starting point. So I thought that was a very slick way to addressing this. Just making a RESTful API with some of the most common threaded questions that you will see. Was that a big issue when you were, because if we look at the different examples you had going inside, I mean, you've been doing this project outside your company, but working with, obviously in Mölndal, but quite a lot in your international group of people here. To be a kind of a speaking person for these semantic things inside, as you said, I mean, you already have loads and applications and databases, and the resistance from, well, we already have something that's similar to this. What's your thoughts?
It is a challenge, and I think Kerstin is nodding a bit as well there. It is a challenge. It is a new technology. It will change a bit how we are working. So it's a challenge, but I think you need to be a core that is really believing it, and then you need to for the big masses, at least in the beginning, hide the complexity.
Yes.
So either through an API or through the triple map browser that they have in Cortellis Data Fusion. So people are working there. So they're actually not really aware of what's going on under the hood.
That's good.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a very good example of just simplify for the end user community who doesn't care whatsoever about semantic web, just wanting use cases where their practical work actually works better. And for the ones who do in the integration points, but just make it simple as JSON or APIs or whatever to make do all the things. I think that's two key takeaways from me anyway. So thank you very much. Keep it simple. Och då har vi dagens sista talare, Karin. Men jag tänkte, ska vi ta hinner vi med bara en kort bensträckare så ni inte somnar?
Ja, det måste vi ha.
Ja, för annars det får ju liksom lite esprit inför Karin. Ja. Din presentation, mitt huvud börjar gå långsamt.
Ja, men det gör mitt med.
Du tog ju fram det, gjorde du?
Ja, men och jag ser inte för du har så himla liten stil och jag är där.
Ja.
Jag tror jag tog fram den.
Jag var inte det. Men den ligger nog kanske i...
Jag gjorde en slideshow-sökning någonstans.
Ja.
Jag tar på Chrome. Eller nej.
Ja. Nej, inte den.
Nej.
Det här är jag som står precis just nu och tittar på min egen presentationsteckande här.
Ja,
men
så jag syns inte, eller?
Nej.
Det var spännande.
Ja, precis. Jag hoppas. Det var Peters presentation. Preview kan vi quitta. Bra.
Men jag kan söka fram den igen.
Ja, jag är hemskt ledsen att jag trögar till mig själv.
Ja, det är bra.
Jag går och hämtar lite kaffe.
Te dricker jag.
Ja, jag har inte ätit lite te.
Med mjölk.
Jag får ju väldigt bra. Jag får en sån här stående arbetsdag.
Ja, det är skitbra.
Ja.
Det blir bra.
Då ska vi se. Då har vi...
Jag tror inte jag tar med en tid.
Nej, men det är lugnt. Då har vi möjlighet att se att vi startar om 10 minuter. Folk kanske behöver... Jag ska gå och hämta lite socker.
Få en sockerkick. Jag hinner gå på toa.
Ja, precis. Det var det jag tänkte.
Det såg ju skönheten som var det för 4 tror jag.
Att vi hade det så. Jag hoppas att jag la in rätt länk, men jag tror att jag gjorde det.
Life science och healthcare in the wilderness. En del av vårt träd att göra komplext och så hårt reglerat. Det är inte mera vanligt.
Ja. Vad sa du? Ja, AHL igen.
Träffar du med Mattias och... Ja, ja bra. Aha, okej. Jag hade glömt. Vi ska samla in dem. Vi ropar in dem. Welcome.
Det är slideshare igen.
Ja.
Då ska jag stå där.
Ja, men jag kan göra det.
Det är nog.
Jag får inte den att jobba.
Jag ville ha bort den där, men
ja.
Jag fick inte. Men det gick inte. Nej.
Okej, välkomna. Varsågoda och sitt.
Yeah, okay. I have some kind of English, American, Swedish.
Yeah. And there's still some enthusiasts still in the room. And we will hopefully be able to format the video streaming here into something useful with a nice UI, somewhere where you can look at yourself once again and see if you said anything of high quality or not. I would ask us to just edit it from to each other. Just know really. I'm happy to introduce Karen here, who used to work down here at our university. I was working in the room.
Yes, I'm a PhD student at Mid Sweden University.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she's going to present some things around the Open Data Institute, because I mean, when we spoke about linked data, the year before and the year before that, and so forth, there's been some notion as well, some recognition in the ears of the practitioners in the public sector as well, when you talk about open data. So they kind of, if you just say open data, well, I've heard that word anyway, so that kind of rings a bell. Similar to, it rings a bell, I know spreadsheets, and you can export from spreadsheets to something that's useful elsewhere. I find, well, that's much, this is as far as it's there. So I'm very pleased that you will be able to present a little bit about what's happening within the Open Data Institute and how that correlates with all the things. I think Karen talked. My thought was that those of you who were presenting today, we could have kind of an open conversation, and maybe I could ask my fellow colleague Justin or someone help me to just have some, rounding up questions to you before we hit the bar on the other side and actually get to the really good nitty-gritty details about
standards that don't work and so forth.
So, here.
Okay, I don't think I will deliver the last part of what you expected, but anyway.
In the bar.
In the bar, okay.
Yeah.
Not here, but about everything about linked data, no. Sorry. Anyway, my name is Karin Ali. I've been working in this IT business here in Gothenburg for 25 years. Now I'm a PhD student at the university. What I also do, I have a company of my own called Acronauta. So what I do basically is I do some Innova project whenever I have time, depending on the time I want to find out.
So do I.
Yes. Good. So I have to do it next year. Anyway, by doing this kind of project, I and a fellow of mine, Steve, is not working together with me anymore. We were asked by Innova whether we want to be a node for the Open Data Institute. How many of you knew something about the Open Data Institute? Okay. You can do this. So what I'm doing right now is that I'm acting as a network node. And there are two kinds of nodes. It's like a learning nodes and also this kind of network node. And the network node, we're working to bring together communities. We do events, training, and such things. And the learning nodes, of course, they do learning, and I will talk a bit more about that later on. And also workshops and events. So if you can change the slides.
Yes, I'm going to be an expert on this.
Yes, that's good one. So here you can see where the nodes are located. There are 20 right now. And this one, Gothenburg, is one I'm acting at. So there are some of them in Europe, some in the US, some in Africa, and some in Asia as well, and also Australia. So sometimes, because I do research about the intangible benefits of digital information, and I work with my own company, and it's also about digital information, open data. And sometimes I thought, why do I do this? And I thought a lot about it, and I said, okay, because I think we live a bit like in the digital, in the information time right now. We have a lot of digital information, such things. But as a community, how much impact do we do? I don't know. Not much. Or do you agree with me? A little bit?
There are hundreds of users now listening to this YouTube. It's just it's hoarding. They threaded to this conversation.
Yeah. Okay with me. So I thought, okay. So I think we need to make more impact. We have to talk much more about digital information in the community, and we have to talk back so that people understand what we're saying. Okay. Then if I go into the Open Data Institute, I think I said this is for everyone.
Tim?
Yeah.
On the London Olympic Games?
Yeah. And he and Nigel Shelby, they are the founders of the Open Data Institute. And of course, they are famous. And they had an idea of, yes, we want this community to know more about open data. We want to make it to be a part, we want the whole ecosystem to be viewed. So they said, okay, we're quite famous people, we can make impact. So they had an idea about open data, something that is more new to the public. So they went to see, I don't remember his name right now, the Prime Minister, that's the Prime Minister in the UK, and said, Ken Downing, and said, okay, we want some money. And so they had £10 million during 5 years. That's a lot of money. So they could start a non-profit organization. And they did. So what do they do at the Open Data Institute? They look upon open data. Of course, about the technical aspect, we do, and we'll talk about today. But they're also interested in discussing and telling a story and showing the world that digital information has impact, and a great impact. They do the emergent, talk about standards. They also talk about the value of open data for sector engagement, and how they do that is if you visit the Open Data Institute office in London, you can see a lot, I don't know, 20 seats spaces where startups can sit. They can sit there for, I think, 8 or 9 months. So I visited them 2 years ago. And actually, I met a Swedish girl. They had a company doing things about environment data and weather data. To sell it to construction companies essentially. And I don't know if I have got such a case in Sweden. So we can make more public. They also, and that's why they have the network, they have the global demand and the global challenges. Some people can say, okay, it's like 20 nodes, that's not much, the world is much bigger. So, but they have at least started something. And what we do as a network node, except today I make meetings, I try to make workshops, meetings, is that we have Scrum meetings every second week. And we discuss things, what we're doing, what kind of challenges, and we can learn from each other. That's pretty interesting. So I think you can change.
Yes.
So, why could this be of interest for you? Things easily is that you can follow them on Twitter. They have ODI AQ. Like for example, so different Twitter accounts. They also have Friday lectures. So each Friday they have a lunch meeting, and this is recorded. And you can easily find it on the website. They're also doing about data certificates. So they are discussing different kind of standards. Education, and I will give you, I will ask later on, because I'm going to London in June for a training course for open data. So, and I think as a node, I have 2 seats. I just need 1. So if anyone is interested, please. We have research collaboration. So since I don't know if I can call myself a researcher, I will be one for next year hopefully. So if they want to different kind of funding, like for example Horizon. So they are discussing, can do this in common research programs. They also have the storytelling. That's one thing I miss here in Sweden. Not actually really good on telling about why should we use open data, why should we use it more, and what kind of value and benefits is to the public. So you can search for different kind of small like films for 2-3 minutes. Sometimes what you're actually doing, if you want to have to know. Okay. So, one thing I missed to talk about, this is the data, is that I do a monthly blog post. So, and this one is published on the Open Data Institute website. Of course, you can link it if you want to be public on others. Places. And Hannes, you said this while we had breakfast at Aquaria, what were you doing?
Yes.
Yeah, so feel free to contact me if you want to have something published. As I said, I will do the training course. We normally have this the last fall. So I was tempted for a project doing course material for open data to publish on SQL website this autumn. There's also a research meeting in Oslo the 2nd of July. And I had a conversation. Well, actually, I wanted someone from ODI to come here. They couldn't. They said, but we had this meeting in Oslo, and there's this project about pools, so it's easy to publish the data for common users. And also, a question, and I think it's too late in the evening or in the afternoon right now, but if we could increase knowledge usage of open data in Sweden. So that's my message.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions to Karin before we set up for the panel discussion?
Did you talk to Jenny earlier on? There's a small name Jenny from Gothenburg City Council.
Sorry?
Did you talk to Jenny who was here earlier on? I haven't spoken.
No, I haven't done that.
Right. She was from Gothenburg City Council trying to be an enthusiast for open data.
Yes, we need a lot of enthusiasm.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm, doing like.
She's the one you could have spoken to this afternoon, if only you did.
And I'm so sorry. Being a PhD student, you have to publish a lot of articles. So last week I had one and it was conditional accepted. So I have done a lot of revision, and actually I sent it submitted it 1 p.m. I was quite busy with that.
So the answer to the question, how do you promote it in Gothenburg? You need people like that. You need people on the inside.
Yes, we need people on the inside, and we also need people on the outside, and we also need people to be able to communicate and say why should people of Gothenburg, why should they invest money in it? Because obviously they have a lot of other things to do.
But who in Sweden has the clout to go to much with private?
I don't know.
Did you get Carl Bildt to do it? Seriously?
Yes, Carl Bildt to do it because I don't know. I was invited to the Internet Forum last spring, and he's quite interested. But you have to. I don't know. He's more kind of interested in the internet. I don't know how much he knows about the open data.
I've heard of it. Right. So it's. I mean, Tim was at lunch with Gordon Brown, right?
I'm sorry.
And Gordon said, so could you pass this on? And by the way, what do you think I should do? And Tim said, give us your data. And 2 weeks later, the data got covered. They happen. That's the kind of power Tim has. Now, most people don't have that kind of power. You and I certainly don't.
No.
But who does? Someone who can have a word in your Prime Minister's ear.
Exactly. I mean,
that's the person you want to
Yes, that's what. But right now, to be honest, we don't have. Or we do. We have an IT minister. Yes.
No.
Yes. Some kind of. Sort of. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. Sort of. We have to.
Yeah, but I think that most business, we had a conference last week about IT and healthcare, which is a huge effort from all the regional parties around healthcare. And obviously there's a lot of data. I mean, it's all about data. The practitioners, the doctors, the nurses, really in desperate needs to get proper data. So yes, I think you're right there that the ways the top authorities within the UK have addressed open.uk.com has been a success due to that fact. And this is one of the main issues we have here in Sweden. People think, well, we have a lot of legislation and policies about being open, which is something that we're really proud of. Swedish is an open society. But that doesn't make the data open by default. It has to be finished and published.
Yeah, and it has to publish, and we also have to people to use it. We have to, I think, the whole ecosystem. I think we are talking sometimes I can believe in it, right? Because we are like, okay, this is now we have some technical standards, and now we publish and use.
Right, but I think it relates back to the presentation about problems, because when you, as an entrepreneur, wants to build something about on top of the data in different stacks, you have to be able to trust that this agency, because it's a public agency run by the government, should be there and has a sustainable model to finance and monetize this for a lengthier period than just a hackathon for 24 hours. It's a lengthier period that you need. But thank you very much, Karin.
Yes.
And all of you, maybe we'll
the European state all presented. But I would like to address some of the thoughts I put together in my head during this day. One of them is we're talking about open data and the opportunities, as was raised by Tim. It's for everybody. Internet is there for everybody. But we have a very European-centric theme in what we're doing. Africa doesn't have any nodes in ODI. It has very few representatives in anything we've been talking about today. And the same goes for some of the other continents as well. So that's one of the thoughts I had. How do we actually bridge that gap to those regions that are emerging regions where we are seeing lots of other data-driven trends that they could actually nurture a really good way of practicing open data to make a major leap in the way they develop their society. So please, if we all of you can just join up here and we can have a brief discussion, and then I promise you that there will be cold beer on the other side afterwards. So all of those who have been presenting today, and I'll see if I can try to manage it. Ta några varsin stol. Det är bra. Mikael? So, what do you think about my first question? How do we actually reach the world, not Europe?
That's a good question. I don't really have an answer to, but it's, I guess, first is that there are basically data to collect. I'm not sure, there must be data generated and data collected.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the first would be to facilitate that infrastructure there. And I think with mobile phones and so on, exploding, I think that will be there. And then I think international collaboration where they can participate in. I mean, it's,
any other questions? I mean, because if I look at, for instance, the University of Nairobi and some of the other major cities, they have really smart people there, and so they should be up to it. If we well, there's an open invitation, obviously, because it's not a closed setting, but it's still, as you said, I mean, the data capture from the bottom up is not there because they don't have the data in the first place.
There are lots of things going on to try and help that. So there's a thing called GoDan, which is about agricultural data. A lot of countries have no idea how much food they produce.
No.
There's the Open Government Partnership, which is governments in partnership, which came out of the G8 discussion some years back, which again is kind of driven by the Tim and Nigel ODI thing. When Tim started working on this stuff, he was trying to use W3C as the vehicle for it, and the membership said, "You're going off topic. You're going outside what we want you to do." So he set up a new organisation called the Web Foundation, and that is dedicated to reaching the 70% of the population of the planet who are not online. So they have various projects around that, and they're pushing open data. They work a lot with the World Bank, people like that. So it does depend on which part of the world you're looking at. And Africa is a very important part of the world, of course, and there have been open data initiatives in Kenya, but I think they've kind of slipped back a bit. Mm-hmm. But the Open Government Partnership, which has nothing to do with Tim, is making inroads there. There was a meeting recently at Dar es Salaam. Web Foundation is working hard in that area. The ODI, you saw, has nodes all around the world. So, from my point of view, as a technical organization, there's a limit actually to what I think W3C has to do. Yes. And a bunch of people like this, if anything, we have to show success stories. And it may be that it's out of scope for a group of data enthusiasts from one part of Sweden to try and reach everybody in Africa. But what we can do is show that it's not all London. it's so likely to talk about examples that are not from London. So let's have some other ones. And a constant stream of success stories that ODI around the world that OGP can look at, and that's what we can do. That's how you spread the word, is you show good examples.
Yeah, I think you, as you said, mentioned the storytelling, because I mean, there's the compelling narrative of here's something itchy in society, we solved it with open data, and look, the people are happy, they get food or they get whatever it is that makes your everyday living improved by using data in a much smarter way. I think that's a very good idea. And maybe, I mean, to be honest, I mean, we've been broadcasting this today, and I'm not an editor of movies, so it will not become on EMDW and DB as a major hit. It's not going to be a blockbuster. This one still, even if we're trying to share. So one might have to have, as you said, ODI could have kind of a guidelines on helping, like how do we actually do a compelling narrative, because you might be a data expert or an expert within your subject matter expert of something, but not a good communicator. I had the other question that I got in my mind today, listening to all the different very good initiatives, is, as you mentioned, Phil, here, that they actually sometimes overlap. And I think that's good, but how do we help out each other, basically? Because we have scarce resources, as you said, and Nicholas was mentioning it over and over again. So like we have this, short attention span from the people actually that we want to help. We have this, even less from the policymakers and the money dealers. So how do we help each other to actually embrace these different facets of the data? Maybe from Wikidata would say that.
So I think we need to be open and transparent, even if we already are, but even more so, and talking to each other, the different communities, so we can coordinate more. Perhaps we have a Wikidata mailing list, but perhaps there should be some sort of way to communicate everybody together. I'm not sure. Sort of that sort of initiatives that are overarching, which would be very nice.
Phil, you mentioned that well, the setting for schema.org initially was the big search engines or the big information intermediaries who were saying, well, we can't get anything out of this crap that's coming in, so we have to deal with it and make it simple. That's kind of the main story. So, but you said now that they were actually moving into more of a transparent and open, community-driven approach.
Yes, so hitherto the discussion of schema.org terms has been done on one of our mailing list, public vocabs, which formerly was a task force of the Semantic Web Interest Group. But now we set up a specific community group that anyone can join, you don't have to be a member. And you contribute in that way, so now schema.org is discussed there. There are a few discussions still going on the old list, but really it's moved across the community group. And the governance of schema.org is in the process of changing a little bit. And again, what I say, it is being more transparent than it has been. But it's still rightly under the control of the founding partners, the four partners who are the big search engines, because the whole point of schema.org from their point of view is it helps them deliver better search results. That's what it's for. They really couldn't care less about anything else. They're about making their search engines better.
Yes.
And that's the motivation. In the process, they're doing some good stuff and other people are benefiting, but that's not the motivation. Mm-hmm. And they have a quite clear commercial line that they're following. But community groups are important. It's our best effort. The problem is more mailing lists, I don't know about you, but I do not need more mail. That's for sure. And just like XKCD 927, which is the standards XKCD you saw, it's burned on my mind, XKCD/927. Another mailing list. We have a community group for open government where there's some good discussion. We have one of my working groups is the Data on the Web Best Practices working group, which is trying to find standards around describing data quality and data usage, stuff like that, which we've touched on. But I don't know. We have these meetings.
Yeah, that's a very good start. And also perhaps a guide, like be some sort of shepherd, coordinating and perhaps just doing an overview of what's going on. You have it like visualized in some sort of way. These people are working that, these people are easy to like navigate.
Yeah, people do like to reinvent stuff. The Americans are busy reinventing DCAT, they're reinventing DataCube, they're reinventing all being reinvented by the Americans.
I think that's a key, because also how it works in life sciences. I mean, they have completely different funding organizations, especially in Europe. So usually there will be two very similar projects. I mean, there's also been a similar project to OpenFacts in the US. I think that's simply how funding works, because they have their funding organization, we have our funding organization.
The Monarch Initiative, I think, is a big life sciences thing.
I think we have to really accept that human condition and reinventing. We should stop, we should give up. I think that there are ways to consolidate reinvention by working incrementally and also by showing the reinventors, which, I mean, everybody's reinventing, I'm reinventing as well. So, but showing you what you have reinvented and then not being sort of opposed to that or overly critical, but instead show ways of, well, this reinvention could be aligned with this solution. There are ways to get them to converge, at least overlap, which is kind of what happened with Schema.org. Also, Wikidata has published data as RDF. There are discussions there going back and forth. I mean, there is no best solution for everything. The better solutions tend to share characteristics. So a reinvention is, in a way, giving claims and showing that this patent is good because it has been reinvented. So we should seek ways to consolidate after. And property mappings is one way, but
people don't like using other people's standards. I mean, when you meet someone, they say, oh yes, we're working on the same thing, we should align our work. What they mean is you should do what I'm doing. I'll give you an example of that. The organisation ontology is a standard that came out last year. It was worked on for several years by Dave Reynolds and others, and it's how you describe the organisation. The resistance to saying org organisation was an equivalent class to folk organisation, even though they are, I mean, it does say equivalent class, but the resistance to saying that you just reinvented folk organisation. Even among friends, you know, there's a huge resistance to, no, I invented this, this is mine. As you say, it's part of the human condition. And
but what I like with, for instance, that specific ontology, which I usually use as an example for if we move into the enterprise data domain, because I have several clients where we work with master data management, which is basically the same thing, but inside the company, and even sometimes even more politics and discussions about data, is that, well, we could actually rely on that ontology to describe the problems you have inside with your references to different closed down silos where you actually store bits and parts of your organization or your profiles of people and what have you. So I think one of the things I find really useful as a guy who likes to do models is that I actually like the way I both have the descriptive exact description that is on the standard, that is used as a reference point for any of the data programmatic things I want to do, but also to have the visual UML model or domain model, something that visually explains, because that's kind of the problem I have when I work with schema.org. It's 360 somewhat schemas or forms of things that are related, and I start to mapping that into a entity diagram or something, but I would like to have that entity diagram in relationship to the actual, the structure, to make it easier for me to explain for the practitioners and the coders, whatever. Well, this actually, the org here is actually related to that one, is related to folks, or is related to org, whatever. So that would be, to use UML or whatever kind of graphical language to describe the modeling.
I think that has one, but it's simple and complicated.
Okay.
So maybe we need little bits of it.
Okay.
And because they don't like some relation, I don't know. Yeah. But it'd be nice to do. And visualizations of any vocabulary, the first thing you look at is the picture.
Yes.
And because Schema.org, I think it's 1,500 things now, and growing all the time. So you can't have one diagram with everything on it. You've got to break it up into little bits.
Or at least an engine that actually renders a diagram depending on what you're looking at. So kind of moving target, because that's kind of when you do annotations and making graphical diagrams, as I've been doing for quite a long time, it's time consuming, and when you're finished you don't have time to revisit it. So then the standard is just moving along, and then as this one picture here, I mean, it has been updated a few times, but it's still outdated. So
I'm sure if you created some visualizations of Schema.org, then they would link to it.
Great.
And say, look at that, and
So,
it's interesting. I think that's the first time today we see that picture.
I was thinking before.
Yeah. I think it's a good sign, because I mean, usually in all the other presentations we usually start with that. It's more kind of background picture. Do we have more questions from the audience to the panels or polls or other?
Yeah. We're closing into B. So what I thought was interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that shouldn't like Big Data Europe or some European project come up with the identity standard, when you could have something that could match the Google and Facebook and Twitter, and have an open API that people could use, and then you can move the usage of linked data to away from the commercial interests to something that can be used in all interaction with the common sector.
You talk about one sort of centralized ID lookup system.
Yeah, that's centralized to compete with Google and Facebook.
Yeah, who's going to pay for that?
Europe.
Well,
or the municipalities or something.
I mean, I think that's an open fact puzzle, isn't it? It's got those multiple identifiers, which is good. SameAs.org gives you a SameAs lookup for all those SameAs links. I don't know how many links in it, but QBlazer runs that. But generally speaking, decentralization is good.
Yes.
Otherwise, you end up having a single point of failure and everything else. So that's the problem. And actually, that's a thing we talked about internally. Is in theory, yes, everyone makes their own vocabulary and everything. Everyone links and everyone uses the web, and it's lovely. But actually, in the real world, people want something that they control. And again, it goes back to the pseudo iPhone when it goes wrong. And to have a service, any service, where there's no one to phone. I mean, DBpedia, I don't know what the stats are now. I hesitate, but I believe it's offline for approximately 1.5 days a month. So you can't use, at the moment, you can't use DBpedia in your commercial workflow because of that. So you have to take a copy of it. Now, Sebastian Hellman, who runs it, is perfectly well aware of that and wants the money to set it up as a reliable service. But who's going to pay for it? And it's difficult all the time. And nobody wants DBpedia to be more reliable than the people who run DBpedia.
We got roads, electricity, phone lines. We need a semantic infrastructure, and it should be paid by the commons.
Yeah, but it's very difficult to find. I don't think we will find one resource, but I would, as I asked you earlier, at least if there were some standards on how to define a unique identifier for me as a person, where I could do trustworthy federation.
Well, all right, so then my automatic responses to that, we did that years ago, it's called URI.
Yeah.
What else do you want, right?
I think
so people say, no, you need DOIs.
No. You're right. One URI per person.
But so then you say, okay, well, and then you reinvented ORCID, which is not about. There's nothing wrong with ORCID.
No.
It repeats what BIF already does, and it repeats what someone else already does, but nothing wrong with ORCID. And they're doing a very good job, and it's good at Thomson Reuters to give it away, and all that stuff's good. You're not going to. People will not agree on one standard on anything, no matter what the one standard is. Another working group on spatial data. Do I use GeoSparkle? Do I use the European Commission Location Vocabulary? Do I use WGS84? Tell me which one to use. I don't know, but we're not going to get down to one.
No.
Never. So I'm afraid diversity, distribution, lack of money, reinvention.
Yeah, this is human.
This is a human condition.
This is human condition. So we have to engineer around it. We can't, just forcefully deaf. I think I like it in that sense. So one other thing I thought was good with your presentation was that how we actually move a collaborative work within an industry to actual work practice inside, which is, I think, one of the key metrics for actually making things. People paying from either big industry leaders to, then just realize that we can't continue the way we've been doing. We have to be open with some of the things that are not on the competitive edge, but are kind of things we just need. And I think that's kind of the only model to get, the proper financing for it. Any more questions?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting discussion. I know that, for example, ODI is now opening up.
Yes, you can be a company.
Which is something I try to stress my company to be, and my argument is, look, the pharma company in Switzerland, Roche, they actually signed up for that. So that's how we kind of play the game.
Yes, you can find a lot of information.
Yeah. I think it's a big difference. I think the pharma industry was the automotive industry as many years as well. I think it's a big change, big change there. We talk pre-competitive, open, collaborations, all of that, but at the same time, it's really hard to play the game where publishing data, not in PDFs, HTML pages, really make people easy for them to use it. So any other thoughts or topics from the smaller and smaller audience? But I think it's really good for so many people to stay around so late in the afternoon in the dark rooms. Marcus, are you frustrated today or are you happy? I've read your blog from Vitalis last week. So.
I'm also tired today.
You must be tired.
I bet I was up before you today.
I think you and me are a good example of how we try to network in Gothenburg. We're working in the you were a small consultant and all of that. And I think it's a very good way of working. Gothenburg is not that big, so most people in the IT related / pharma or / academia know a little bit much of each other. But I think I'm trying to stress the consultancy company much more. Likewise, to some extent. It's a hen and chicken. When we in the big companies want to do something in this area, we usually talk to the consultancy firm and they don't know anything about this. And the opposite, they confident they not clearly argue.
But as you said, Nicholas, if we're going to get some traction into the developer community, we have to use a language that they know, or at least don't dislike, because there is cultural dislikes between either .NET or Java, or there's a lot of separation, and that means that I can't give them, here's the spec for all the different open standards, because they will never read the specs because they don't have time to read the specs. So I just have to say, well, could you at least make a snippet of JSON LD code that populates from the database that you anyhow are putting into the SQL database server through the CMS, and out comes a pretty decent set of code. at least readable to someone. That's that's my ambition, to just make that small steps transition, and by doing that and make an example that's shown on the page, like, okay, you realize that you actually picked up a lot of things, call it mashup. That is linked data, which means that the editor don't have to pull out a lot of data from other resources and make a manual effort. He can actually just have a trustworthy person.
Should we take a couple of last words from the panel?
Yeah.
That would be a good thing to solve the card.
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Yes. If I read the proposition for a new law correctly, and I think maybe someone else has already noticed it, if it's accepted by the parliament, all governments in Sweden will be at least forced not to open their data, but to report in the national registry from all their offices. So they will be mandated to do this. I'm not sure if there will be punishment if they don't, but they are supposed to do it. Hopefully it will be compatible with the rest of.
Then I think we need someone with high authority who can, drink a beer with Stefan Löfven, our Prime Minister, and showing this beautiful picture. This is a beautiful picture. What do you think? Here's some funding, sustainable funding for years.
Corey, you want to?
Yes, I have a question. I don't know. I like to read a lot of tweets, and a month ago I read a tweet that the Obama administration that I hired the data scientist, and I okay, I want to go. And I'm going to try for it.
Hannes.
Yeah. I think we have a good possibility now by the Swedish government through Vinnova actually adopting linked data technologies for the open data portal. So lots of authorities or public sector organizations will actually go the linked data way through describing the data sets using that data without public. And I think that this can really make it easier to get it put into the data flow. Because I think the barrier will be lower for other initiatives. Not only publishing metadata about data sets, but also doing the whole ways of publishing.
Data don't restore them. Right?
John? Well, of course. Well, I would say encourage people to sort of exploit Wikidata as a resource for your own purposes, like use it for property mapping or by finding this is the same object as something else, like because it's so open and it can be built upon. So if you see a value that you can use for it, you just add on something to it. Take a look at what's in there and
From editor as well.
Well, that's what I really would like to do, but for your own purposes, think about what could I use Wikidata to gain something from, because it's something that is there for some use.
So a nice story about that and speech. I would say something else.
Right now.
I know. But a nice story about that would be really good.
Well, for me, I've been using your set of terms as a way of, because most of the companies are trying to deliver and build internal taxonomies, and I say, well, all the terms are really existing and they're defined in lots of standards outside, so you don't have to spend a lot of corporate time to develop your own internal taxonomy when there actually are lots of really good ontologies. And that's where your site could be a very good example. Just of, okay, what are the things you're talking about in your business, in your industry? Well, are they within the Wikidata space? Yeah, well, that's easy enough to reach. So.
Yeah, I can only add to that. I think that if you want to aspire for sustainable use, for one, you should learn the existing patterns and standards that are out there and find ways to approach new communities with an openness and show them what is out there and how they can plug into that. There are many more easy than you can start to collaborate. Like Stephen
I think I've said enough today. But if you think there needs to be a standard for something, it's only get written if you turn up and do it. And if you want to put a code written, want a visualization, do it, share it. And the risk of signing on for W3C, by all means consider joining, or in some cases rejoining, and take part, otherwise other people will understand it.
I think I agree on that. I think way forward has been really through community and collaboration.
I agree as well, and I also think it's been a really useful meeting to see, because I kind of more or less thought or suspected I might be the only one in Sweden working in LinkedIn, but this meeting to show that it's not like that, which I think is very good. It's, very reassuring, also to learn how it's used in other industries, which is a bit away from what I'm doing. It's been really useful.
Okay.
Excellent. We had a little bit of a coffee talk. Are you ready, guys, Matthias and Hans, to announce next year's company?
Yeah, we talked about that. Maybe it would be nice to come to Stockholm for the annual conference. Talk about it. So unless there is some other takers for this problem next year, maybe we should take Stockholm and look at mobile media together with maybe and someone else, maybe Niklas, do you think we could help out and do one of the communities to other? So I would say again in the spring.
Yep.
Approximately the same time.
Stockholm in the spring is always nice. Hans is talking about nice Nobel speech about that. It's interesting. I think Hans and I met the first time at the Dublin Core Conference over 12 or 13 years ago, talking about Dublin Core and metadata conference. Thank you all for participating. It's been lovely to have some today. Anything you want to conclude with, Fredrik, before we?
No, I've talked too much today, and I'm getting really thirsty. And I've been working all day to getting together this seminar. So I'm happy to have my team who have been working with Kerstin and Karin and Alf, who has left actually, to pull this through. I realized that those who actually have this as a way of living, arranging conferences, have lots of nitty-gritty details that I didn't think of. I thought it was just a nice gathering, and I realized there were lots of practicalities that you need to address as video streaming. I thought it was just easy, or getting proper food to you so you don't fall asleep here. So I'm really pleased that we managed to pull this through, and thank you all for participating today.
Put all your values out there.
Alexander, jag tror vi kan stänga av the stream. We're going offline.